Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the October 10th, 2023 meeting of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. If we could come to order. And while the room fills up, let's join in a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, can we have that sunshine announcement, Cam?
Yes, good evening, Chairman. Today is Tuesday, October 10th. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This planning board meeting is being held virtually as a video conference that is open to the public. In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on October 6th of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
All right, thanks, Cam. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Here.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Here.
Commissioner Torres.
Here.
And Chairman Langston.
Here.
All right, we have 5 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Mike, could we swear in the staff, please?
I see Cameron, Matthew, Matt, Francisco, Eric, Liz, and I guess that's it. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cam, do we have correspondence? I know we have a few carries.
Yeah, we do. Okay, so first, item 6 under the agenda, adjournments. We have A, case P2023-0011. That's a preliminary and final major subdivision at 12th Street, the right-of-way between Provost, Barnum, and Newport Parkway. They have requested to carry to the next regularly scheduled meeting, which is October 24th of this year. And then listed under new business, we have 3 items requesting to carry with preservation of notice to October 24th of this year. And that starts with the first case under new business. The address is 829 Bergen Avenue. The case is P23-076. It's a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances requesting to carry with preservation of notice to October 24th. And then we go to case 16 under new business. This is for case P23-075. Address is 319 to 321 4th Street. That is also a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances and requesting to carry with preservation of notice to October 24th. And then the last request to carry under new business is item 21 on the agenda, case P23-104, an amendment to a major subdivision. Address is 35 to 43 Cottage Street. Also requesting to carry with preservation of notice to October 10th, October 24th.
All right, thanks, Cam. So just for the public, if you receive notice for any of those items, this is your notice that they will not be heard tonight. They'll be heard on October 24th. That's our next scheduled meeting 2 weeks from tonight. I do have some correspondence from myself. We plan on moving 2 items up tonight. We have 3 cannabis applications that have been carried since September 19th. So we're going to hear item 10 under new business. And then right after that, item 12 is a conditional use for 656 Grand Street. And after that, 433 Palisade Ave, that's item 14. So we're going to bunch up those cannabis applications right up front in new business and get on with our night after that. So let's move on to old business. We have item A is case P2023-0046. It's a site plan amendment with variances for 278 Grand Street.
All right, promoting Stephen Joseph.
Good evening, members of the board. Michael Higgins of Castano Quigley Trami on behalf of Ocean Woodland LLC. This application we previously noticed for the September 5th planning board meeting. We did renotice for tonight, but I've just received correspondence that the board has not received our notice package. I can resubmit this and we can admit it as an exhibit. I'd note too that we did carry our notices from the last meeting to be conservative, if council is okay with proceeding.
So council, here's the problem. The reason the matter was not concluded at the prior meeting is because there were some substantial questions, both as to what was being sought and therefore if the notice was proper. So we can't move without seeing that notice. So do you have the notice in your possession?
I have it. It's difficult to provide it well at the hearing, unfortunately. We do have catch-all language in it as well, too. If that covers the variances, it's a height variance that we called out.
So Mr. Higgins, can you send that notice to Mr. Ward right now?
I'll have to dig around and pull it from our files, but I can. Perhaps it would be better for the board to take another application first.
Chairman?
Hold up the process.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's move on to something else and council just get that over to Matt. Matt, let us know when you get that notice and we'll bring you right back up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, council. All right, let's move on to item B under old business. This case P2023-0051 is a 1-year extension subdivision for 363 Newark Avenue.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I'm pinch hitting for Mr. Lean tonight. So this application is a request for a 1-year extension of the approval that the minor subdivision approval that was approved by this board for this application. The reason we're asking for the extension is that there was discovered some issues in the chain of title and were the lot designations correct. So our office was coordinating our review with the Jersey City Engineering Department as to the correct lots so that we had it right on the map. That has been concluded. The Jersey City Engineering Department has recently approved the map that was approved by this planning board, so nothing has changed. But there is a time period in which you have to record your subdivision plat to perfect it. So we're asking for the extension to accommodate that.
So council, just clarify for me, was the map supplied and signed and then there were subsequent changes that needed to take place?
No, there
Or
were
were there no changes?
There were no changes. There was just some discussion as to making sure that we followed back into the chain of title the correct lots as they sometimes change, as you move forward, but
Sure.
nothing has changed with regard to the plat. Nothing has changed with regard to the lots that were approved by this board.
So the plan doesn't need to be resubmitted and signed. What we need is a resolution so that the clerk will accept it and record it, the registrar.
Absolutely. That's correct.
And if I read the letter correctly, the 190 days was to expire in August. The letter is predating the expiration date, and obviously here we are tonight. So my understanding, Chairman, of the statute is whatever the extension is, it reverts back to when the board actually signed the plat. And what happens is when you have an issue Harrington's articulating, he can't just take it down to the Hudson County Register and file the subdivision. If it's outside that 190 days, they should reject it. Even if they don't reject it, a title company subsequently will give them a problem about it. So they need to have a resolution authorizing the filing of the map and the recording of that map outside the 190 days. So everything will revert back to when, again, my understanding of statute is when the subdivision map itself was actually executed by yourself, Chairman.
Okay, understood. Thanks, Santa. All right, anybody, any questions?
No.
All right, let's open it up for public at this time. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hands. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands. We do have one hand up.
Promoting Stephen and Kelly Miller.
All right, how you doing? We need you to unmute and then we can ask you some questions.
Perfect. Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you now. My name,
Hi, good
I just want to swear you in if you're going to be asking questions or providing testimony on this
Sure.
application. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, correct.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please, and give us your home
Sure.
address?
Yes, my name is Kelly, Kelly Santos Miller, S as in Sam, ANTOS -MILLER. And I live on 116 and a half Harrison Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07304.
Thank you.
Ms.
So I'm
Santos, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Okay, perfect. I'm joining this call regarding 638, the cannabis retailer that's scheduled to, scheduled
Ms. Miller,
for,
that's not this application.
that's not this application? Okay,
No,
because
it
that's
is
the
not.
notice we received.
No, that's not that.
We
Okay,
received
that,
notice regarding that property, and I just wanted to talk about that. What's the status and oppose it, basically. And tell you the
okay,
reason.
that's item 20 on our agenda tonight.
Okay,
That's going to be a little while. That's not right up front.
okay, well, then I'll be standing by, waiting for that to, for when that's ready for me.
Okay, excellent. Can't wait.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else from public, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Chair, I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Whose application is this? This is Cam. Do you have anything you want to add?
Just that planning staff was in the meetings with the applicant and their attorneys, and they settled the issues that were confusing the engineering department and confusing myself as well, but we got them all figured out, and here we are now, just getting an extension. So planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0051 as presented to us tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
All right, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
And do we need to swear in Commissioner Lipsky real quick?
Let's catch up with Commissioner Lipsky on the next application. I don't know when he entered the room.
Okay, and Chairman
I
Lang.
entered before this application started.
Okay,
I swear.
Record reflect that Commissioner Lipsky is present.
Okay,
Thank you,
I
Commissioner.
vote
If you've
aye.
been here the whole time, you can obviously vote on the application.
Super. Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Okay, and Chairman Langston.
aye.
Okay, motion carries 6 in favor, none opposed.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lipsky, I don't know if you got Cam's email today. We have 3 items carried tonight.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Good to see you, buddy.
Sorry for being late. Great to be
No
here.
worries, no worries. Okay, so let's move on to item C is case P 2023-0052 is a 1-year extension for a minor site plan at 351 Third Street.
Okay, again, Mr. Chairman, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. This, as you just noted, we're requesting a 1-year extension for this project. We had, the applicant had previously requested a 2-year extension that was extended through July 23rd of 2023, so just recently. We are asking for one additional 1-year extension, and the reason is my client is reviewing the project and is working on amendments to the project. So it's not that he doesn't have an intent to build it, but he's intending on changing it a little bit. So he's looking for additional time to complete that and then come back to the board with those amendments.
Okay, understood, counsel. Thank you. All right, anybody, any questions?
No.
No.
Okay, let's move on to public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hands. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand on this application.
Mr. Chair, I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. All right, Eric, do you have any concerns, any problems?
I don't have too much to add. Just ask that they comply with all the conditions that were added on the original approval. But other than that, planning staff does recommend approval.
And,
All
and
right,
yet,
thank you.
yes, we would agree to comply with all prior conditions.
Okay,
So,
great,
Chairman,
thank
if the board were to grant the extension would run through the expiration of the prior extension, which is July 23rd, 2024. That's the new expiration date. And council, I believe, the applicant would not be able to get any further extensions thereafter statutorily.
Yeah, I believe you're correct there, that this is our last extension.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0052 as presented to this board tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Gongadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
All right, thank you, everybody. Let's move on to item D. It's case P 2023-0042. Is a 190-day subdivision filing extension for 417 Communicable Avenue.
Promoted Ron Chalgen.
Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, council. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Council, if you could turn on the camera.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, Mr. Lampy. Okay. I got it now. Thank you.
There he is. Gotcha.
Thank you for your patience. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ronald Shalgian appearing on behalf of the applicant 417 Communicable Oz And this is an application to extend our subdivision approval for 95 days from the day that the plans were signed. In our particular case, there were some comments that were not made by the engineer that the engineering department required before you signed it. So we are going to have to resubmit. And what I have done is I have already submitted it to the city engineer to sign it first before I bring it back to you. So if the board grants the approval for additional 95 days, we'll be ready to go once we get the signature of the city engineer.
Council, you're going for
The reason-
95 days or 190 days?
We've only asked for 95 days because it's going to be done, momentarily in terms of when it's going to be finished.
Okay, understood. Yeah, you're listed as 190 on the agenda.
The notice
Okay, so
requested
this-
95, and I also point out that there are absolutely no changes to the site plan. This is just
Okay,
an
so this will
extension of
come
the
back.
subdivision.
This will come back to us as a site plan amendment, I'm assuming at some point?
No, it's just gonna come back for a signature for the subdivision plat.
Understood. Okay, gotcha. All right, anybody, any questions?
No.
Just for the record, should that be, changed on the application, the way it's written on our agenda, but or that doesn't matter?
Nothing's
That way he
changed.
has no complications later on. That's all.
Doesn't matter, it should reflect the 95-day request. Mr. Salgian, I just want to be clear, this was, to my recollection, a redevelopment plan. There was a redevelopment agreement. Your client was designated as a redeveloper in accordance with this application. And there was both a subdivision and a preliminary and final major site plan application. And essentially, when going through the engineering review post-approval, there were some notes and comments that engineer wanted added to the plan, which have now been provided. And that Mylar has been sent over to the division for signature by chairman and the necessary parties.
No, it was I sent it first to the engineering department. That's where it is right now. I just wanted to get their sign off on the comments that they wanted, and then I'll bring it back to you for the planning board to sign, and then I'll send it up to the county.
Respect your optimism that you're going to get that done in 95 days.
I'll get it done.
I'm sure you will. Since we did bring it up, Santo, do you want to mark the notice into evidence?
Yeah, we can accept the notice. I've had the opportunity to review it. It all does appear to be in order. It is a request for the extension to allow for the filing and recording of the subdivision plat.
Okay, so we'll mark that A1. All right, any other questions, anybody?
No.
All right, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment on this application. If anybody's here that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you are calling in, you can press star 9 to raise your hands. Anyone from public?
Chairman, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak on this application, I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. All right, Matthew, any questions, any comments, anything?
Not much, Chairman Langston, just that since this is a filing extension, that any conditions of the original the resolution itself of the subdivision approval carries over, and therefore all conditions attached carry over as well. Just making that clarification to Mr. Shaljian and to the board.
Yes, and I'll include that in the resolution, Mr. DeSilva.
Yes, and staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you, Matthew.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0042 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded for approval. Matthew, you are muted.
Yes. Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadine,
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
And that passes 6-0.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, council. Do we have Mr. McCann yet?
We do, yeah, okay.
Okay, so let's call item E is case P 20-23, I'm sorry, P 2023-0049 is a 190-day subdivision filing extension for 808 Pavonia Avenue.
You're muted, James.
All right, let's try that again. Good evening, Chairman,
Good evening,
Commissioners,
council.
Council and staff. Jim McCann from the law firm of Connell Foley on behalf of 808 Pavonia Phase 1 owner in connection with case 0049. And Mr. Chairman, I would just ask maybe, would it be more efficient and council to just call case number 50, the next one on the agenda, because they're virtually the same exact request for relief. So
Sure,
I-
we could do that. So
Okay.
we'll also call case P 2023-0050 is also a 190-day subdivision filing extension for 808 Pavonia Avenue.
Thank you. So on both of these, Jim McCann appearing on case 0050 also. On both of these cases, my client 808 Pavonia Phase 1 owner is a designated redeveloper. They recently negotiated an amendment to their redevelopment agreement to extend their development timeframes. They have every intention of completing the projects that were approved by this board. As you may recall, in late 2022, this board gave a preliminary and final site plan for a rather large project in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment area, and that also included a subdivision to create the lots for the plan. And then in January of 2023, the applicant came back, amended the site plan approval, and subdivided one of the lots to create what we call a loading dock lot, which will someday be conveyed to the city of Jersey City. That also included that also was a subdivision. Both of those subdivision plats have been fully executed by all required government officials, including the planning board and Jersey City Engineering. However, due to the capital markets and the lending markets, the applicant has not been able to effectuate a closing with the seller of the property. So although we have the plats in this case, both signed by all required officials, at this point in time, I need another 190-day extension to file those plats with the municipal clerk. I think on one of your previous applications, Mr. Olampi was explaining why that's necessary. I don't need to go back to the Jersey City Engineering nor this board. I just need that 190-day extension on each of these cases.
Okay, understood. All right, anybody, any questions?
Nope.
No.
All right, thank you, council. And at this time, let's open it up for public comment on these applications. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment, please raise your hands. If you are calling in, you can press *9 to raise that hand.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matthew, do you have anything you want to add?
No, this is this is the same type of application as the previous application we heard, a filing extension, all conditions and the language of the resolution itself carry over. Staff recommends approval for both.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to call each individually, okay?
Sure, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0049 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded.
All right, I'll call roll.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadine,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
I believe we have 6-0.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0050 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Great. Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadine,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Great, we have another 6-0 vote.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I do not see Tom Lean in the audience.
Thank you, commissioners.
so-
Appreciate your time.
Thank you,
night.
council. You too. Have a good night. Okay, so we have the application for 27 to 29 Fayette Ave. We don't have council yet, or do we? I see a hand
I think
raised.
Chuck said that he was going to cover Tom's stuff tonight.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the record.
So let's call case P 22-210 as a preliminary and final site plan with C variances for 27 to 29 Fayette Ave.
There you go. Oh, so this one, Tom is going to try to handle if he gets back in time. Because I understand there's a little confusion at the last one, so I don't want to jump in and further confuse it. So,
No, you don't, counsel.
I'm sure you'd bring nothing but clarity, council. Don't worry. Yeah, that was my understanding was Mr. Lean was just passing off his extensions to you. So
yeah, I am available to do the Summit Avenue one if you get to that before he's back, but
okay,
not-
understood.
Okay,
All right, thank you. So that brings us into new business. Item 9 has been carried already, so let's move on to item 10. Is case P 23-028 is a conditional use for 608 Grove Street.
Chairman, just for the public's edification, that case P 22-210, 27-29 Fayette Avenue here in the city will be reached at some point this evening, but the attorney is unavailable right now. And we will be coming back to it. So if anybody's here for that application, it will be heard this evening.
All right, thank you, council. I'm sorry, I forgot to pass that information on. Do we have Ms. Matos up?
Yes, here.
Good evening, council.
Good evening. Can I enter my appearance?
Yes, floor is yours.
Rosemary Moyano Matos of the Law Office of Rosemary Moyano Matos LLC, appearing on behalf of the applicant Greener on Grove. The applicant is seeking a conditional use approval to operate as a Class 5 cannabis retail micro business under Jersey City's Cannabis Ordinance number 21-053 for premises located at 68 Grove Street within the Jersey Avenue Light Rail Redevelopment Plan Zone. We've submitted 2 affidavits of proof of notice with supporting documentation. First, for a planning board hearing that was scheduled for June 27th, which was subsequently canceled without a preservation of notice. So we subsequently re-noticed on or about August 21st for the meeting held on September 5th. I'd just like
Ms.
to
Matos, I am in
confirm
receipt of
council-
both notices. The controlling notice obviously is the September 5th notice. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. So let's mark the notice as A1 for purposes of the record. And I should note that that includes the affidavit of publication and proof of mailing.
All right, thank you, council.
Thank you. So by way of background, on December 12th of 2022, the applicant was unanimously approved by the Jersey City Cannabis Board for a resolution of support to operate as a Class 5 micro business retailer. The proposed, I'm sorry, stop and notice. The proposed class 5 retail use is permitted under the cannabis ordinance as a conditional use within the the Jersey Avenue Light Rail redevelopment plan zone. And the applicant is not seeking any variances in connection with this use. The tenant has leased this first floor commercial retail space, which is currently vacant and underutilized, and is proposing to renovate the first floor interior and update the exterior facade to accommodate its retail operations. With respect to separation distances, we're not within 200 feet of any schools, nor are we within 600 feet of any other cannabis establishment that's been approved by the CCB to date. And this is confirmed in the city's staff memo that was prepared by planner Matt Ward. Testifying this evening, I have our project architect, Raul Cabato, if you can promote him. And I also have the business owner, Syringa Co., and the company's CFO, Haynes Co., who are prepared to address any questions that the board may have with respect to the business operations. If they could be promoted as well.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
So, Ms. Matos, we know that you've appeared before the board on various matters similar to this, where you're seeking the conditional use in connection with cannabis. So the process obviously has changed over time between the various controlling boards. So with that, the board is pretty much concerned with meeting the conditions, obviously, under the zoning ordinance. So for what it's worth, I would just direct you in that manner. And chairman and board, obviously, if we have other questions, I am sure Ms. Matos has the appropriate witnesses to address those concerns, if any.
Could you ask, or could you repeat your professionals' names and or witnesses' names?
Just so the architect who's going to be speaking to the site design and the facade is Raul Cabato.
Can he raise his hand? I did not see him in the attendance.
Supposed to be here. Let me confirm. The other two witnesses are just needed if you have any questions.
I do not see Mr. Cabato in the attendees. I searched every instance of Raul and Cabato I could think of.
I'm just shooting a quick text. If you could give me, as a matter of fact, can I have like 30 seconds to call?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm unable to get a hold of him right now. Can I request that we be carried to the next application or the next hearing until I can reach out to him? He was supposed to be on this call already.
Okay, so do you mean carry to October 24th?
No, like tonight. But if you could give me, about 20 minutes to track him down, make sure that he's still available.
Sure, we'll try and catch up. If you could, just raise your hand when Mr. Cabato gets in, and
Okay.
we'll try and get to you. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I don't know, Santa, what do you call this? Suspending an application if it's been called already? What's the correct terminology here?
So it's a continuance. We're gonna take a continuance and the application will be heard hopefully at another point in the evening. The witness is unavailable, probably traveling to his computer and has not arrived yet.
Okay, so let's move on. I did promise to move up item 14, so let's call case P23-097 as a conditional use for 433 Palisade Avenue.
Promoted Heather Coomer.
Hi. Can everybody hear me? Or
Good evening, council. We got you.
okay, great. I am waiting. I'm sorry. I just want to confirm which one we're up to right now because I have one right after the other. So it's
433
retreat.
Palisade.
Okay, so we're gonna do all right. So it's Al Tulane first. Okay. Hi, my name is Heather Coomer. I am an attorney at Watershed Legal Group, and today I'm presenting our application for Altaloon. The property is 433 Palisade Avenue. It's located in the RC Residential Commercial 2 district. This is for a Class 5 cannabis retail in an existing building, existing mixed use. We have ground floor. We have a ground floor commercial with a residential above. This is a women-owned business entity. We've already gotten our approval from the Jersey City Cannabis Board. That was on May 8th. I want to correct that on the record because our report right now says March 15th. So I just want to make sure we have dates right with that. We have also met with the Riverview Neighborhood Association and have received a letter of support from Councilman Saleh. On that note, I want to hopefully keep this short and sweet. So don't waste anybody's time. In this note, I'm going to be introducing, we're going to have the architect and as well as a planner to confirm that we meet all the conditions for this conditional use. I'm sorry, no, conditional, for conditional use application. And in that note, I'm going to introduce our architect, Ron Elkins. Can you come up?
Ms. Kumar, let's just mark your notice. I am to receive
Yes.
your affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. The matter was originally listed on the September 19th agenda and has been carried through this evening, preserving the notice. I've had the opportunity to review it. It appears to be in order. So we're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to introduce Ron Elkins, our architect, to walk through the plans.
Hi, Ron. I'll swear you in.
Um,
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Ron Elkins, E-L-K-I-N-S. I am an architect with 2 Point Perspective, and my license is in good standing and current.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elkins, and we've qualified you in the past, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so your license is current tonight, so thank you, you're qualified.
Excellent. I will share my screen and make sure I'm sharing screen. Okay, here we go. So basically, just as Ms. Coomer had mentioned, the property is a renovation of a first floor existing ground floor commercial space, approximately 19 square feet. No change of use. It is a commercial property. No improvements other than obscured security film on the existing facade and also new signage that would be designed in compliance with the zone requirements. Improvements consist of updating the security system or installing a security system, which I'll go through the plans in a moment, that has been designed in accordance with the state of New Jersey statutes and regulations. There'll be 2 points of identification check. One is at the customer entrance to the facility. And then also the second ID check would be at the product pickup at the cash register. Cameras will be positioned throughout the space, basically almost every corner of the facility. If not static cameras, they will be 360-degree or 180-degree cameras to give a full view of all activity happening in the facility. And that digital feed will be stored for the minimum time required for the state statute, as well as the feed over to local security authorities. There will be electronic security locks on every door, and all cannabis products will be stored in the vault when the business is closed. We are outside of the buffer distances for all required facilities, other dispensaries, religious facilities, parks, and as well as schools. There will be guards stationed throughout the space, and those are the security improvements, as well as trash will be stored in the facility and then removed out to the sidewalk for scheduled pickup with dedicated private waste haulers. We will also have electric security backup in the facility for the IT equipment, as well as the cameras, security cameras, and electronic locks. There will not be a generator, so we don't have to worry about noise or exhaust fumes from the generator. It'll all be interior to the space with basically large battery backups for the major equipment and smaller backups for the computer equipment, the localized UPS systems for the computer POS systems. So that being said, we basically have a facility 433 Palisade Avenue, basically right across from Griffith and Palisade, right near the park, Riverview Fisk Park. Let me zoom out a little bit more. It is also, as Ms. Coomer mentioned, it's an RC2 zone. This is a cannabis class 5 retail facility proposed, which does require conditional use approval. We're not planning on any additional area to the building. It's we're not adding any additions or anything else. Obviously, it's a very dense urban environment that we're not really, don't really even have the opportunity to expand, even if we wanted to. The facility, I'll zoom in here. The main entrance is from Palisades on the right side of the plan here. There is actually a small basement in the facility that will be mainly used for the secure cannabis storage vault, as well as inventory processing and just staff storage, things like that. 2 existing restrooms will remain, office space in the back, a fulfillment and day storage facility will be enclosed on the first floor, as well as the cash registers, retail environment, as well as security check-in. The security plan, as you can see, indicates multiple points of, cameras. For instance, the vault has 4 cameras, 1 in every corner, as well as a 360-degree camera in the middle, as well as 360-degree cameras in basically every room. The exterior facade will remain largely unchanged. We have a depiction of that here. As you can see, the photograph on the left side and then the drawing on the right side. Basically, we're planning on changing or keeping the existing glass and storefront system, but then adding a laminated safety film, which will also be translucent to inhibit any views into the retail environment. Other than that, it's basically signage and a few additional smaller lights. And we will be complying with the RC2 zone requirements as far as square footage limitations for the signage. The existing materials are depicted here on the right. We basically have existing red painted brick. We've got some aluminum unfinished storefront, as well as some dark gray painted material and some shingles, some existing gray shingles at the top of the building. And I think that pretty much sums up the project.
Okay, thank you so much, Ron. If the board has any questions, that'd be great. If not, we're going to go on to our planner, Charles Height, that's going to go through and do the report to confirm that we meet all the conditions required for this conditional use.
Okay, thank you, council. Mr. Elkins, I see 3 branding signs on the front of the building, correct? There's the one overhead and one in each window.
Let me share my screen again. I believe you are correct. Yes, we have one over the door, and then 2, one on either side of the large windows.
Okay, Francisco, is that permitted? 3 signs, 3 branding signs, or just 1?
Can you hear me?
We do.
Okay. So
Francisco, did I swear you in the beginning? I cannot recall.
yeah, you did.
I did. All right, thanks.
So with the 2 in the window, I believe they're just graphic signs and not actual a blade feature. And they're inside the window, so it is allowed.
Okay.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That was my only question. Anybody else? Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Elkins. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Charles Height that's going to go over his report to testify that he meets all the ultimately meets all the conditions for this conditional use.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Mr. Height, you're not currently driving, are you?
I'm not. I'm pulled over. Thank you very much. I don't have my
Okay.
usual screen behind me. I appreciate that, Commissioner.
I know. I'm out of sorts here. No, I just, safety first. I just want to make sure you're not driving.
Station. Thank you.
All right, Charles, I'll swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Charles Height, last name spelled Heydt.
Thank you.
Mr. Height, good evening once again. Your license is current as a planner tonight?
Still current in the state of New Jersey, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. You're qualified.
All right. I think I know my role here. We did do a zoning review, a consistency review that we submitted to the board. This is a reuse of an existing structure. There's no changes in terms of building footprint additions or anything like that. The RC2 district does allow for the cannabis use within the zone. So it does comply with the use requirements. As I mentioned, it does comply with any existing conditions of the structure today. I do want to point out with respect to the signage that was raised, the question, we are presenting 1 wall sign, 1 blade sign, and 2 window signs. All meet their respective requirements for square footage. We basically designed that signage package to comply. So we submitted those details in the plans. So they do all comply with the various components of the Jersey City signage ordinance. There's really nothing else to address. We were permitted conditional use, and there's no expansion of the actual square footage of the building. So that's all I can offer to the board. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Height. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No. Okay. If there's any operating questions or anything that was also required recommended testimony, I'm happy to answer them on behalf of the applicant. If not, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't think the board had any other questions.
I do have.
Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure I'm wrong where he said it. The blade sign, that's the one that's over the door? He mentioned he had a blade sign.
Yeah, it's over the door. It's over the door, and Ron,
that's the one.
bring it back
That's the one that's over the door.
Yes, Ron, can you give some details to that?
Sure. This is the one, it's basically perpendicular to the view of this elevation here, but it's basically, it looked like the RC zone requirements did allow for a, a roughly 7 foot, 7 square foot sign with no more than a 2 foot projection. So that would be perpendicular from the existing, let me scroll.
So it's
over
4
here.
signs altogether.
Correct,
If you-
Commissioner.
Yeah.
There are the 2 signs on the glass on either side of the door, the name above the door, and then the blade sign that sticks off the face of the building.
Okay, I didn't catch that. I was like, I didn't catch, okay.
Yeah, so basically, if you're walking up to the entrance, it's on the left side, right here on this existing mullion. It would just be projecting straight out from that.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up.
I just want to make note, if there is an issue with those 2 window signs that basically the images, then we're more than happy as a condition of approval to remove them.
Yeah, I have no problem. I just wanted to make sure they complied. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I
Council
feel the same way.
Watkins-
As long as the signs comply to them, I feel I just didn't notice the blade sign, that's all.
Yeah, good pickup, Eddie. I didn't see it either. Council, I do have one question on operation. That blade sign isn't lighted, correct? It's just those 3 lights over the top?
Correct, yeah. It's just a static, fixed element. There would be no light, no internal lights on that.
Okay, and what are the hours of operation?
So the hours of operation, we'll be doing is basically during the week, we're looking at 10 to 9. On the weekdays minus Friday, which you're looking at about 10 to 11, 10 to 10, 10 to 11 on for Friday. Saturday, we are going to have, of course, 10, probably it's gonna be like 10 to 10 / 10 to 11. We're gonna be working with the Riverview neighborhood group to confirm that. On Sunday, we're going to have after 12, and it's gonna probably be till 6. It's gonna be till 6 because of, in respect of it's a Sunday with after church, so to speak. But we are working with the Riverview Neighborhood Association, so they approve any of the hours of operation. We can
Okay.
list that as a condition of approval if that's necessary.
Yeah, I think the hours right now are up in the air, so I wouldn't want to nail you down to anything. The one ask I do have for a condition would be that any outdoor lighting, indoor lighting is off while the business is not in operation.
Of course.
Okay. Excellent. So that said, anybody else, any questions?
Yeah, just one follow-up there, Council, is you said you're working with the Riverview Neighborhood Association?
Yes.
I don't know if that's in their boundary. I mean, Grandin State, Grandin Bishop is pretty far away from there.
If you can bring it back to the map again. Sorry, this is Palisade Avenue.
Certainly.
Incorrect. Oh, it's the Palisade?
Yeah, we switched. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I know.
I stand corrected.
It's okay. Yeah,
Is this map better or the
No, that's
zoning
fine.
map?
yeah.
I looked down at the agenda and I saw it. You also have an application on.
I know that they're next. I think there was
Fair
a mix.
enough.
It's fine.
I got you.
Yes,
Apologies.
we've been working with the Riverview Neighborhood Association. The applicant works extensively with them, especially on community events. So their opinion of what the working hours is extremely important. And, when we talk about hours of operation, they're different than when we actually sell. So, there's always the getting ready and cleaning up and preparing prior, but we're not counting that for the public, but we're working with the Riverview Neighborhood Association to confirm that and make sure that they're fine with the hours of operation. That's our biggest concern is the neighborhood.
Okay, understood, Council. Are there any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay, and if we could, Mr. Elkins, please stop your screen share. Thank you, sir. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If you're here from the public and you want to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Promoted Talissa Dowling.
And Talissa, if you're there, you can unmute. There you go. I see you and I hear you. I just want to swear you in before you speak. If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Oh, I didn't hear you that time.
Yes.
I heard you that time. And if you could just state and spell your name and give us your home address, please.
Talissa Dowling, TELISSADOWLING. I live 28 Canal Circle, Jersey City, New Jersey. I'm not calling in in reference to the last panelist. I'm calling because I tried to talk on the 417, but when I clicked it, it kicked me completely out. Is there someone I can follow up with tomorrow at the planning office? Because we do have some questions about 417 Communipaw.
Sure. Matthew, I don't know if you want to provide your contact information, or Matt, do you?
Yeah, they can just call the main office and ask for either Matt De Silva or Matt Ward. The main line is 201 547
547
5010.
5010. Thank you. I apologize for that, but like I said, it kicked me completely out and it took me a minute to get back in. And
No worries, completely
No worries,
understand.
Ms. Dowling.
All right, so you guys enjoy your evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, you too. Okay, let's move on with public comment if we can. And Ms. Matos, I do see your hand raised. I do have to ask if you're commenting as a member of the public. If you're not, okay, there you go.
Yeah, I'm promoting her anyway, but
Okay.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Plesnitzer.
Good
Hey,
evening.
I just want to swear you in before you speak.
Sure,
I'm sorry.
great.
You can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure, it's Chelsea, CHELSEA, last name Plesnitzer, PLESNITZER. My address is 33 Griffith Street in Jersey City. So very close to where Alta Luna is being proposed to open. 1 second, I have a toddler, sorry.
Understandable.
Sorry.
No worries.
It's just
No.
me home with the
It's
baby.
fine. I'm watching the Moana in the background. It's okay.
Yeah, right. I'm trying. Juggling a few things. So I have a few questions. I know that Alta Luna's been working with Riverview Neighborhood Association. I have emailed directly to Riverview addressing my concerns with no responses multiple times. So while I understand you're working with Riverview, I have a few questions that I felt like were a little vague in your answers today.
Not a problem.
In terms of hours of operation, I live directly on Griffith Street. Palisades is perpendicular, and I'm concerned that with Alta Luna being open into the evening hours, we're going to have issues with people purchasing and using on our block. We currently have issues in the park, and we also have issues on Griffith Street. So that's one concern. Another concern is, and I read through all of your documentation that you guys plan on doing scheduled pickups. So if someone orders, a customer orders an item and they want to come pick it up, there'll be curbside pickup. So can you talk a little bit about that? Because right now there's a bus stop, there's a daycare, and Bread and Salt is already causing a lot of congestion on weekends, where cars are double parked, either blocking my driveway or blocking, the corner by the bus stop. So there's a concern there with loading and pickups. And then lastly, you guys keep referring to the good neighbor agreement. I have yet to see that agreement, and you keep referring to Riverview, but the neighbors in close proximity have never seen that. So, there's 2 daycares in very, very, very close proximity, one next door and one across the street. So that's kind of where my concerns lie at the moment.
Okay. Not a problem. I'll take it from here. So
Yeah, we'll get those questions answered for you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Chelsea, for coming forward. And by the way, Love your pizza. Second off, I understand where you are. We did do a notice for 200 feet, both for the RNA meeting that we held, that's a requirement, as well as, of course, this planning board. And we made announcements for the New Jersey City Cannabis Board. I'll explain to the Good Neighbor Agreement. So we did the Good Neighbor Agreement for the property owner of where the daycare is right now. And so we came to, because it's with the property owner, and came to an agreement. I'm more than happy to share that with you. It just basically is like hours of operation, you know, any sort of complaints. We are, you know, we want to be good neighbors. As far as deliveries, don't worry about that. We're not going to have deliveries right now. I mean, the only deliveries that we're dealing with are like the ones in the morning for product. That's it. And we can work with you regarding that. But as far as the other deliveries, no.
I'm talking about pickup, just to clarify, if customer orders something and they're picking up goods, curbside pickup.
No, we're not doing curbside pickup. It's only going to be if you are like walking, like, you know, to do a fast track, I guess, but it's not by car. We're not doing that because we know that traffic is an issue there as well. And we don't, you know, it's a busy street. We don't want to interfere with that. That's why we're not going to be doing that. I'm not sure where you heard that from, but you know, you could put that on a condition for the resolution if you want to put in the record. So there's that. As far as the daycares, we did reach out. We've had multiple meetings with that, multiple meetings in the area as well. We, for daycares, it's, you know, it's not a requirement for the buffer in order to get approval, because frankly, 4-year-olds are not going to be breaking into a dispensary, you know, stealing product or whatever. However, as far as smoking outside or any sort of nuisances, that's really what the Good Neighbor Agreement kind of comes down to. And we can also put it into our resolution of approval to have conversations and get a Good Neighbor Agreement with you as well to meet your conditions, especially with your business. There, we want to make sure that we're good. Our client wants to make sure they're good neighbors and be able to work with you with that. They're not, I mean, they volunteer with the neighborhood in the community all the time. So that to them is like the most important thing. And does that answer your questions or concerns?
Yeah, I'm just concerned with the hours of operation and
the hours of operation, what we're looking at, and that's exactly why we want to have those conversations. We're not going to be, we're not, the most we're going to do for like weekdays, you're looking at 10 to 9, but it's like last call is probably 8:30 when you're thinking about that. It's like basically restaurant hours. I don't know what time your shop is open to.
I was, okay.
But
That's fine. I was
really, like,
given different information today, so
that's fine. We are, I mean, we're, even though the ordinance allows you to be like from 7 to 11, we understand the neighborhood. We know that that is not appropriate there. And that's why even on Sundays, it's like 12 to 6. Saturday, it goes, that's when you have 10 to 10. I hope that answers your question. And
it does. And the questions about the signage were already addressed. So as long as the lights are out when you guys are closed and there's not like neon signage lights.
No.
It looks like it was done tastefully. So that answers my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, if anything, you're gonna have like lots of high-end security systems now guarding everything. So it's probably gonna be even safer for that, including like the security guards and everything. But we you know, I know that my client's like looking forward to meeting with you and working with you to come up with that.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Promoting Kern.
Hi, Kern. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. It's Kern, Kern, last name Weissman, Weissman, 576 Palisade Avenue.
Thank you.
Mr. Weissman, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Great. I won't take that long. Good evening, commissioners. Just real quick, I just want to clarify one thing. So I know that there were some meetings coordinated with the Riverview Neighborhood Association. I am the chair of the development committee of the neighborhood association. We are not this is not something that we are taking kind of responsibility for. What we are doing is we help facilitate, just to be clear, we help facilitate a meeting. We are not a go-between for neighbors in the community for this applicant. We are not, shepherding this through or being a go-between for communications to neighbors. That is 100% the responsibility of the applicant. That was made clear. So because I just don't want to get some impression.
Oh yeah, no, we know that's clear, and I know that I should clarify with the RNA is that they did not take their stances. We're not going to take a side either for or against, but we want to make. Am I getting this right, Kern? We want to make sure people, if an applicant can be heard in front of their.
Yeah, we're deferring to the neighbors in the community. So RNA is not taking a position. We feel that this is a very something that can affect neighbors very personally, indirectly, and it is most important that those neighbors and community members that are concerned or supportive either way be heard directly. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Yep.
Understood, Kern. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
council, let's let public comment go through. Let's not jump in and out. Okay, Cam, and I'm sorry, Matt, is there any more public comment? If anybody else is here from the public, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, press *9 to raise your hand.
One more,
One
Chairman.
more.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. They went away.
Okay.
Okay,
Anybody else?
seeing no more public, I wish to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. All right, Matt, do you have anything?
Oh, this one's mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Francisco. I'm
Okay.
looking ahead at the agenda here.
I'll be really brief. So this is a standard Class 5 application. Staff is in receipt of all documents that are required for a Class 5 retail application. That has also been posted on the Jersey City data portal. The applicant is not within 200 feet of the school. There are no other applicants who have Class 5 conditional approval within 600 feet of the applicant. And there are no other concurrent Class 5 applicants at this time. Staff does recommend approval with conditions. And that's it.
Okay, council, you're okay with those conditions?
There is one I just want to clarify. It's number 3, where it says prior to an issuance of any permit, the applicant seek and receive approval, shall seek and receive approval from the Cannabis Control Board and the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. I just want to clarify that is for, as far as the CRC, for the permit that you're talking about a CO. I know I talked to Tanya about that. It's important for people to be able to get their building permits because that's one of the inspections that the CRC does. So I would just request that just says instead of permits, the CO for it, which I believe that's the intended effect that you're aiming for. So
that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Doc, I assume you're recusing on this or abstaining on this. So I would need somebody else to make that motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case B23-097 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendations and conditions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin?
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai?
Aye.
Am I missing anyone?
Me?
Commissioner Lipsky?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Francisco, you can call on me. I'm just abstaining. I'm an abstention.
Sorry. Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Abstain.
Okay. Motion carries, all in favor.
I didn't vote yet either, Francisco.
Sorry. Chairman Langston.
Okay, aye, thank you.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Heather, don't go anywhere. Let's get your other application up front. I don't know why I went to 14 first. I shouldn't have. So let's go to item 12 is case P22-230 as a conditional use for 656 Grant Street.
Okay. This application for 656 Grand Street is for Retreat. Our applicant is Retreat LLC. Sorry, hold on a second. Make sure I get everything here. So, this is for an application, again, for a conditional use for a Class 5 cannabis retailer license. This one is located in the Morris Canal redevelopment area in the MUB zone, which permits retail sales and good retail sales of goods and services. I just want to confirm that there's affidavit notices that have been submitted first from council before we go any further.
Thank you, counsel. I am going to see your affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 656 Grand Street. This matter was also listed for the September 19th hearing and carried through tonight with the preservation of that notice. It does appear to be in order. Mr. Chairman, we can mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Going back to this, we're looking here again at another pre-existing mixed-use building with a commercial on the ground floor. We have worked with the Morris Canal Neighborhood Group Association with June Jones. We're actually going to be helping out with a farmer's market in Berry Lane Park, which we're very excited about with that, as well as we've been pretty active there. Now I'm just going to introduce, we're going to do kind of the same format as last time, which is architect and then planner. I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm sorry, Mark, I can't pronounce your last name. So that note, and then we're going to have Sam Lamy afterwards as our planner to confirm with our conditions that we meet all the conditions of the conditional use. On that note, I'd like to bring up our architect, Mark K. Sorry, Mark, you're going to have to pronounce your last name.
Good evening. Can everyone see me?
We can see you and hear you. I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, my name is Mark Kolodjacek, and that's Kolodziejczak.
Thank you.
Kolodjacek. Good evening, sir.
Thank you very much for attempting. Mark K is fine. I'm Google proof.
I want to get there.
Do you mind giving the board your
yes,
your little bit of bio of yourself and your qualifications?
This is the first time in front of the board. My name is Mark Kolodjacek. MCO Architecture based in Brooklyn, New York. I do have a New Jersey license in good and current standing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kolodjacek. You're qualified.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. All right. Hold on. Let's see. I apologize right here. Okay, we're going to start here. All right, can everyone see that?
We can, yes.
Okay, hold on. All right, great. So as you can see, as Heather mentioned, that we are in the Morris Canal redevelopment zone, and I am going to, hold on, I'm going to zoom in. And we've, we meet all the requirements. There's no school within 200 feet of the property, as well as no other retailer 600 feet in the radius as shown. And the site is on State and Grand Street at 656. And let me move on to the next one. As you can see, this is the existing space, ground floor space, single story. No basement, nothing. So this is State Street, Grand Street. The existing entrance to the residential portion of the property is right here on Grand Street. And I will move into the plan here, and I apologize. I'm gonna make it really easy. I'm gonna go to the color coded one. Okay. Let's orientate ourselves. This is State Street. This is Grand Street. We have, one secure entry vestibule with all the required New Jersey statute and regulations for security. One point of entrance. This is the main sales floor. There are 2 ATMs. There is a ADA accessible water closet and janitorial. As you can see, it's limited access as coded in the blue. There is a POS area, a secure POS. Again, everything has required the security cameras and what have you, and I will let the owner speak to any specifics of that security cameras and security system. And we have here, which is the, the public access, but then the restricted access is coded in blue. I mean, sorry, in purple, apologies. We have the, the secure product and the vault is all back here. And again, the fulfillment is noted here. And so you have all this is required card access to gain access to these purple areas, as well as the janitorial for security reasons, obviously, from the water closet or bathroom. So that said, as kind of further detail here, our proposed plan, this is actually just will be some display, kind of meeting area there. And then, as we said, we have the delivery, and also to point out, the trash will be contained in the secure area until scheduled pickup as per the owner and per the agreements. So then to talk about signage. Here are the existing elevations. This is, let's go back to the State Street, which is the point of entry. So this door is the point of entry for the customers, and this is for the staff. And they're both secure. And as you can see, our proposed signage meets all New Jersey statutes and regulations for signage. It is the retreat on this facade, and there will be 3 gooseneck lamps illuminating this signage for, only during the hours of operation. And we have all the required frosted as well, obscuring film. And what you see graphics are actually just kind of vegetation. There's no cannabis symbols or what have you noted on that. Moving to Grand Street elevation here. I'm going to zoom in on this so everyone can see. Hold on, excuse me. We have, again, the signage with 3 gooseneck lamps, the retreat as noted, and this is the Grand Street facade. So, and that is the entrance, as you said, to the residential portion of the building. So, okay. Let's see. I apologize here. And that's it. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
Okay,
On that
thank you.
note,
Okay, does anybody from the board have any questions for, and I'm going to try it one more time, Mr. Kolodziejczyk?
Very, very well done, Mark. Thank you.
It's a legal hearing. I think I should use your last
you're
name.
better than me. I would,
All right. So anybody from the board, any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to introduce our planner, but I just want to correct something on the record. I said Retreat LLC in the beginning. It's Retreat NJ LLC. I just want to make sure that that's clear over there. And
Understood.
just want to make a mistake with that. On that note, I'm going to introduce our planner, Sam Kalani.
Hi.
Kalani.
Hi, Sam. I'll swear in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Samuel Bellamy, last name Bellamy.
Thank you.
Mr. Bellamy, good evening. Always a pleasure. Your license is current tonight as a planner?
Good evening. Yes, my professional planner's license is current in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Great. So I'll be brief with my testimony. That the project in the mixed-use B zone of the redevelopment plan does permit retail sales of goods and services as a principally permitted use. As such, Class 5 cannabis retailers are permitted as a conditional use in the zone. The proposed Class 5 cannabis retailer does comply with all the conditions. I did prepare a planning and zoning report prepared by Justin Robin, dated September 8th, 2023. That did go into a full review and compliance with each of the conditions that was submitted with the application. So with that, that's really my testimony, but I'd be happy to answer any questions on this one.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. I have no questions. Anybody else for Mr. Bellamy?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Council, anything else?
Nothing else. If anybody on the the board has any other questions about operations or anything else, if not, we conclude our presentation.
Okay, thank you. I do have one item. Mr. Kolejachik did mention the lighting for the outside of the building would be only operational during business hours. I would also like the internal lighting only operational during business hours.
Okay.
Is that
Is that a
acceptable?
condition of approval?
That would be a condition, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, let's open it up for public comment. Anybody from the public, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from public?
Chair, see no more from public. I wish to close the public portion.
Okay, I have a
Second.
motion. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Public is closed. This is Matt, this one's yours. Okay. Anything you want to add, Matt?
Thank you, Chairman. Staff prepared a staff memo dated September 13th, 2023. We also prepared a map on the same date, which shows and backs up their testimony, which they are beyond 200 feet from any school and 600 feet from any concurrent or existing retailer. We have several staff conditions in there, which we would recommend that the board condition upon a motion to approve. If I fail to hear the applicant say that they agree, we just had to ask if the council would agree to those conditions now, and staff would recommend approval.
We agree to those conditions, plus the one with the chairman recommended about the lights.
Okay. No, if there are any other questions for me, that was my testimony.
I have none. If anybody else does, now's the time. If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-230 as presented to the board this evening together with staff recommendation and the additional condition from the chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Okay, let's have acting chair Gangadin.
Aye.
I'm sorry, acting vice chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Vice chair, actually, he can vote on this. He just
Yeah. I'll call him now. Dr. Gonzalez.
Abstain. Thank you.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-4 and 1 abstention.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you, council. Have a good night. All right, I guess, Mike, is this a good time for a break for you, or do you want to get back to Ms. Matos?
You know what? I'm gonna ask for a break right now. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
let's do
Thank
it.
you.
All right, I did see Mr. Cabato's name in there, so we can get Mr. Cabato in there, and we'll call 608 Grove Street when we come back. Let's take a 10-minute break, everybody. It's 7:01. We'll be back at 7:11.
Chairman, we also have the notice on the 2729 Fayette application.
Understood. Do
I'm
we have-
sorry, 278 grand.
The old business.
Mr. Higgins.
We can maybe you
Okay,
have to
we have
to that
notice.
after the condition.
7A, 278 Grand Street.
Okay, gotcha. We'll call that cannabis application when we come back, and then we'll jump back to Mr. Higgins. All right, if we could, let's come back to order again, please. I apologize. We're gonna have to wait on council. He is away for another 4 minutes, he says. So, Santo, just shoot me a text when you're ready to go, and we're gonna need a couple more minutes, everybody. Okay, can we come to order again, everybody?
Thank you, everybody.
No problem. And before we move on, let me get something off my chest. If an applicant isn't ready to go, the paperwork isn't in, if your notice isn't in, I understand schedules are tough to work around sometimes. The people that aren't being paid are here and ready to work tonight. All right, the paid professionals, if you're not here when I call your application, you will either go to the end of the line or the next meeting, or whenever we decide we'll get to you again. All right. So I'm not singling anybody out. This has been in the back of my head all night, and I just need to get it out. When we're ready to hold the meeting, we're going to hold the meeting. If you're not here, you're not here. Okay, we're not going to jump back and forth and, you know, go back 6 items and ahead 4 items anymore. This is ridiculous.
Mr.
So-
Chair, I just wanted to echo that. I've been, yeah, I feel the
This
exact
is
same way. Thank you.
absolutely bananas.
Thank you for saying that.
This board runs the meeting. The applicants do not run the meeting. All right, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little Jersey here on you guys, but this is it. So let's get back into new business. And we're gonna call item 10 on the agenda. Case P23-028 is a conditional use for 608 Grove Street.
Mr. Chairman, could I just jump in? I apologize.
I did see Mr. Lean is in the crowd tonight. Is he ready to go?
Well, I think he might be, but I'm actually just wanted to, I know Mr. Lean is listed on 152 Ogden Avenue. It's actually my application. But I need to request to carry that to the October 24th hearing date. The reason being, I was just checking the portal about 30 to 40 minutes ago, looking for something to print it. And I see that it does not have the most updated plans and reports, which I think is very important because there's a lot of people, I think on both sides that will comment on it. So I need to fix that and make sure that everybody has the opportunity to see the most updated plans and reports prior to proceeding at the board.
Of
So it has
course.
to be carried with preservation of notices to the 24th. I've contacted Ms. Hagianis by email and Mr. Kern and Mr. Weissman. I see that they're here as well.
Okay. Council, given, and I appreciate you getting out in front of this. I wish it was out in front, today during the day, but
you and me both.
If you don't mind, if we could check in with Ms. Hagianis, I just want to make sure that she's available on that date. If we could, let's bring up Ms. Hagianis.
Promoted, Cynthia. They don't seem to be joining the panelists. It's possible they walked away from their computer.
Can you try her again one more time, Cam?
Yeah,
Kern's hands up.
All right, I'll promote Kern. Kern's been promoted.
Okay, thank you.
Hello,
Karen, good evening again.
good evening. I just heard, you don't have to repeat it. I was on, I heard.
Okay.
Cynthia, yeah, may have stepped away to the restroom or something, but our expert, we have a geotechnical engineer who is very, very critical to our objector case on this one. And he is not available on the 24th. He is likely available the following meeting, but he is a very critical expert witness with over 30 years of fully licensed engineer. He actually testified in our appeal hearing before the zoning board.
Okay, tell you what, Ms. Hagianis, I don't want to speak for you. Do you echo Mr. Weissman's sentiment there?
I do, and thank you for stepping in for me, Kern. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, so I'm not going to work out everybody's schedule here tonight. If you heard my rant a few minutes ago, Council, Mr. Harrington, I'll allow the carry to the 24th, but this needs to get worked out tomorrow during the day. Obviously, we're going to let Ms. Hagianis call her witness, and they need to be available, and so that may be carried to the meeting after. So that's all got to be worked out between the attorneys, the planning department. Let me know what's going on. Francisco, that's your application, so please keep me in the loop. And but just for legal purposes right now, we're going to call a case P22-140. It's a preliminary and final major site plan for 152 Ogden Avenue. And we're going to carry that just for notice to the date certain 10/24, and that will be updated. So keep an eye on the on our next agenda, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Council.
Thanks.
Thank you, Council.
Chairman Langston, what item number is that on?
That is item number 15.
15? Thank you.
All right. Santo, are you okay with that?
Absolutely, Chair. I would just direct all the parties, obviously, if the witness isn't available on the 24th, it is crucial that the next meeting after the 24th, that witness be available. Chairman, I don't think it's proper to keep carrying this and carrying it until, we get the availability of a witness that is an objector's witness. He needs to make himself available. The 24th, I understand. I assume he was available this evening, but we need to make sure that he's available, I guess, at that first meeting in November.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. So let's circle back now to item 10, case P23-028 is a conditional use for 608 Grove Street.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. And I apologize again for that earlier hiccup. Mr. Cabato is here, present, and ready to testify with respect to the site design, the building facade, and the signage.
Hey, we're all swearing in, and you're on mute. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Raul Cabato, Raulcabato.
Thank you.
Mr. Cabato, good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you. You're qualified.
Okay. Let me start by sharing my screen. Can everybody see the screen?
We can, yeah.
Great. Okay. So to begin with, the project is located in the neighborhood district of the Jersey Avenue Light Rail redevelopment plan. We are proposing the rehabilitation of the ground floor and cellar of an existing 3-story mixed-use structure and conversion to a Class 5 cannabis retail establishment. At this time, I just want to point out that we are proposing the replanting of 3 street trees on pre-existing tree pits along 15th Street. We also propose to eliminate 1 tree pit along Grove Street in front of the entry door. We also propose to replace the existing stairs to the facility with a new code-compliant stair within the same footprint. The first floor was previously occupied as a food takeout establishment. There are residential uses on the 2nd and 3rd floors. There is also a cellar, part of which shall be used as the facility storage and shall be accessed by an interior stair from the post-cannabis facility. There will be a secure door from the post-establishment to the elevator lobby at the cellar level. So there's an elevator lobby here, and there will be no access from the cannabis establishment to the residential portion of the building. The proposed establishment shall be approximately 1,399.24 square feet, consisting of 627.37 square feet on the first floor and 771.87 square feet at the cellar level. As far as the layout is concerned, upon entry, there shall be a security room with which monitors the entry into the dispensary. Access shall then be granted to the customer area. The merchandise shall be handed over from the service area to the customer area. The rear spaces shall be primarily used as storage, office, and employee toilet facilities. For security, there shall be a round-the-clock video surveillance system for the establishment. At a minimum, the surveillance system shall monitor all the entry egress points as well as the customer and service areas. Also, all doors available to the public shall be controlled by the employees. No one can gain entry without the employee's knowledge. Note that the first floor is completely separated from the residential lobby, and there is no access between the 2 spaces. To mitigate odor, we propose a ceiling-mounted commercial air cleaner with replaceable carbon filters. This is the only piece of equipment that we anticipate would generate minimal noise. We have selected a system with the manufacturer's sound dampening mounting features. We anticipate that a majority of the rubbish will be paper products. It shall be stored in the cellar storage area and brought out to the street during scheduled pickup. Okay. So we propose to install a cream-colored brick at the base of the first floor level. A new stair shall be constructed in the area of the existing stair and shall be clad with the same cream-colored brick. A 10-inch metal band shall be the transition between the brick and the upper floor brick. Doors to both the residential area and the dispensary shall have a black finish. Details of all the finishes, including the railing and exterior lighting, shall be shown on sheet A102. We propose 2 signs. Signage shall be installed on the proposed metal band right here. It shall be 12.2 square feet in size. A blade mounted sign on the side is also proposed. It's 1.5 feet in diameter, and it shall be 9.5 feet above the finish grade, and it'll project 10.5 inches from the side of the building. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gabato. Is that signage lit?
No, sir, it's not.
Okay, so I would put a condition on that any lights internal to the business only operate during business hours. Council, is that acceptable?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Any questions?
Yes, I do have a question for, I want to comment that I do like the front of the building and the side of the building. It's always been, I saw that little corner. My question though is, and I've noticed in a lot of these facilities for cannabis use and stuff, you have the bathroom. Everybody else usually has the bathroom close to where the customers are going to be at, even though it looks like this bathroom is just for employees only, not for the customers, because you have it in the back where the storage area is, all the way in the back. Looking at other applications, as many as we've looked at, I've always noticed that there was some type of bathroom closer. What is your clarification for the bathroom of this facility? That's for employees
Yes, sir.
only, or do you plan to let customers use the bathroom there?
At this time, I mean, it's a really small, it's a really by cannabis retail facility standards, it's a really small one. I mean, we're going to limit the amount of people. I don't even think you can get more than 10 people in at the same time. At this time, we're not proposing to allow the public to use the toilet facilities. That's correct. It's only limited. I think if worse comes to worse, there is a sort of entrance at the rear of the building where it's closer to the toilet facilities. But at this time, we're not proposing to allow public to use the toilet facilities.
Okay. And you have security on presence at the time, right, of the operation, or? Well, that's not for you. Never mind. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
If I may just add, due to the small size of the space, as Mr. Cabato testified, it's previously used for takeout. There's not a lot of room in there. The principal business model is to do a lot of pre-orders so that the orders are placed online and they're really just picking them up because of the size of location and where it's located.
But council, there is security, correct?
Yes.
Okay, anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Gabato?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Gabato. Go ahead, council. Floor is yours.
So really all we had to present in the form of testimony was the architectural renderings, but if you have any questions about the business operations, I can address those, or my client, my client CFO, Haynes Co. is also here.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about operations?
No.
Okay, thank you, everybody. No, council, we're good.
Okay.
So that's your presentation tonight?
That is it.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, press *9. I do see one.
Promoted Lin Chang Varga.
Pam, I don't think they're promoted.
Yeah, I don't know why. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
And Lynn, if you are there, you can unmute and turn your video on. I heard something.
Hi. Can you
Hi.
hear?
I can
you
hear
hear
and
me?
see you. Perfect. I just want to swear you in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hi. Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Full name is Lin Chen Varga, and the address is 604.5 Grover Street.
Thank you. Ms. Varga, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Yes, we are the live about 2 doors down from the store, and we're really concerned about the store has absolutely no parking spots for anybody coming to pick up the drugs, and also it's very close to the homeless shelter. It's going to create a lot of increased crime in the area, and what's the office, what's the store hours? We really have in the very, very difficult neighborhood already. It's, we go to, it's going to create, if this, a lot of those cash deal generates a lot of crime in the area, really is our concerns.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Varga. Council, what are the hours of operation?
The hours that are currently proposed are 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Monday through Sunday.
Okay, thank you, Council.
Sure.
All right, is there anybody else here from the public that wants to comment?
Chair, see no more public. I wish to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add? Any concerns?
So staff prepared a staff memo dated September 5th, as well as a map that shows that they are not within 200 feet from a school or 600 feet from another retailer at this location. We did recommend some conditions in that. In addition to the one put on the record, we recommend that should the board make a motion to approve that those conditions be made part of the approval. All the items that were required of them are posted to the data portal and available to you here tonight, and as well as the public. If there are any questions, I'll try to answer them.
All right, thanks, Matt. And Council, are those conditions agreeable to you?
They are.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have anything for Matt? Any questions? If not, I'll just move to a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-028 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation and conditions.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Okay. Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Abstain.
Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Torres, I couldn't hear you.
All right. Just thinking about this one over and stuff. I know it's for the client, it's very hard to get to this process of opening up a business here and especially cannabis process that it goes through, and it's a long process. And we've seen a lot of these applications come forth to us. As I was looking at this and going through it and reading on it, in some of the notes, some of the things that were in there. I got a feeling that sometimes we need to consider the neighborhood that we're trying to open up a business in and look at the areas we're in. I understand that that business was there, it's a small business, it's been a takeout business for years, and but the neighborhood that's in, a shelter right across the street, people trying to recover right across the street in the same building that's gonna be right next door now to this place. And for years, maybe last 40 years, has been an area of people that were homeless or people that are trying to get their lives back together again. And then we're gonna usually decide to put this business right in the middle of that. So that I have a problem with. Sometimes we gotta consider when we're gonna open up these business, what neighborhood we're really going into. There is other neighborhoods that we could open up this business in that area that wouldn't be affected so to what has been there for so many years. So with that, I can't vote yes for this project. I'm gonna have to vote no. That's my reason why.
Commissioner Lipsky?
As with all applications, but in this particular one, I hope that this new establishment does make Grove greener, not meaner, so I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai? I couldn't hear you, Dr. Desai.
You're muted, Doctor.
How many cannabis establishments we are going to approve in this city, you know? Usually there are grocery stores, there are food stores, everything. So total number, how many is allowed, you know? And especially in the place where the school kids can go, like high school kids or college kids can go. So, you know, all these years, all in the life, there were no cannabis establishments. So why so many right now? But I'm going to vote aye.
Acting Vice Chair Gagnon?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-4, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go back to old business. Item A is case P2023-0046. That's a site plan amendment with variances for 278 Grant Street.
Promoted Michael Higgins.
Good evening again, members of the board. Michael Higgins of Castano Quigley and Cherami on behalf of Ocean Woodland LLC. I'm sorry about earlier, but I think we've straightened it out now. If council could please confirm receipt of our affidavit of proof of service and accompanying proofs of mailings and publication.
Thank you, council. I am to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with the application 278 Grand Street. The matter had been heard at a previous hearing. However, during the course of that hearing, it was determined based on the testimony that it appeared the notice was inaccurate, and therefore deprived the board of jurisdiction. So, Chairman, I've had the opportunity to review the latest affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to this evening's hearing. I find it to be in order, so we can mark it as A1 for purposes of the record. The reason we're marking it for A1 is because the board did not have jurisdiction at the prior hearing. So, Mr. Higgins, we are going to start the testimony anew. The prior testimony will be part of the record. However, we will start anew with that testimony, and everybody that had either read the transcript, can, take with a grain of salt the testimony versus what's going to be testified tonight. But I think for purposes of the record, it's important that we start anew with the architectural testimony and clarify what might have been inconsistent in the prior hearing that caused the notice to wind up being inaccurate, and move forward from there. And Chairman, for purposes of the record, based on that, everybody is eligible to vote this evening, even if they had not heard the prior hearing. That testimony, while it's part of the record, we're going to start with the testimony this evening and repeat some of what had previously been testified to. So I think for that purpose, everybody can vote this evening.
Okay, thank you, Council. I agree.
Thank you, Santo. I'd like to check then, is our architect Xingjun Zhao present in the audience, and we could promote her?
Can they raise their hand, please? Because I do not see them. I have been looking since you've been called.
Then I need to apologize once again. Unfortunately, our architect is not present to testify this evening. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have to carry it.
Let me just open up my calendar here. Okay, I am going to move to carry this to our first meeting in November. Being that the 24th is booking up fast. So I'd like to hear a motion to carry this application to a date certain November 14th.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to carry case P 2023-0046-278 Grand to a date certain of November 14th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call on that, please?
Yeah. Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Before I vote aye, Council, if your professional isn't available for the 14th, we'll have to wait until the new calendar comes out for 2024, okay? Because that's where we're headed next. So with that, I'm going to vote aye.
Understood.
Motion carries on motion to carry.
And, apologies once again.
Okay, hopefully we have Mr. Lean. We're going to move to item G under old business. Case P22-210 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 27 and 29 Fayette Ave. This was carried from the September 5th meeting with testimony taken. Was that correct? The 5th, or no, that was the 19th testimony was taken, correct?
It was the 19th. It was the last meeting.
Okay, so once again, our agenda is wrong. So testimony was taken on September 19th. Go ahead, Mr. Lean.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'd like to sincerely apologize for not being here earlier in the meeting. I had a very unexpected travel issue, was stuck waiting for a delayed plane for several hours, but I'm here now, and I'd like to thank Mr. Harrington for helping me out with the two extension applications that were heard earlier. This is a continuation of an application that we did start to hear testimony on September 19th. I believe 5 of the 6 commissioners who are here this evening were present. I believe it was only Chairman Langston who was not. So Council, I would just ask if you could make sure that the Chairman had a chance to review the transcript.
You want to ask Santo or should I just answer? Yes,
Chairman.
Council, I did have a chance to watch the video from the 19th. It was a fascinating watch, and I am prepared to vote on this application tonight or whenever we do make that motion.
Thank you, Chairman. However, I don't know how much watching it might have helped you with actually understanding what was going on in this case, because unfortunately, I think we probably created more confusion than we did to help.
Oh, Council, I understood it clearly, Council. Totally clear.
Okay. Well, my hope is that the large issues that caused that confusion have been dealt with. The main source of the confusion appeared to be a letter that we received from the JCMUA. That letter had a comment in it related to Fayette actually being a private road. That is true to a certain extent. To the west of our property, and actually right next to the subject property, Fayette does turn into a private road that runs through the JD trucking facility. However, Fayette itself in front of the property is a public right-of-way. It is accessible, and we do have access to Fayette from our property. It does not cut through any private roads. Additionally, there was a comment in that letter that said that we could not tie into a sewer connection that was in front of the property. That was actually also accurate. There is a manhole that does lead to a sewer that runs underneath JD's trucking facility to 1 and 9. What the additional part of that comment said was we need to demonstrate that we can connect to the main sewer line on Wales, which is the road immediately to the east of us. After meeting with JCMUA last week, we were able to confirm that the properties next to us do have access to Wales for both water and sewer. The issue, and I think where a lot of this confusion came in, is that those lines currently cut underneath the sidewalks in front of the properties to the east of us. I think there was probably an intent years ago for Fayette and the portions of the property that currently contain the sidewalks, which are private, to be conveyed to the city and to widen Fayette to be a full 29-foot right-of-way. That never occurred. And at the time, all of the properties along Fayette, including this, received approvals and actually were connected to Wales. This property received an approval about 10 years ago for a 9-unit building that the developer never went through with. So the issue becomes, we do have a right-of-way in front of us. We do have the ability to connect to sewer and water lines. However, those water and sewer lines do run through private properties currently. So in speaking with the JCMUA and counsel for the planning board, we propose the following. We will have as a condition of approval that we're either going to get easements to connect to the existing lines that go to Wales that run through and do access our property, or failing to do that, we will connect through Fayette as a private right-of-way, as a public right-of-way to the main sewer on Wales. Either plan for connection will have to be approved by JCMUA. They are acceptable to either plan. And that was clear from a letter that we received from the JCMUA, which I provided to Planning Board Secretary Cameron Black this morning, as well as to the board's counsel. So with that said, I do want to bring up my engineer, Guy Lagomarsino, simply for testimony to state that we do have connection to Wales, that he's reviewed the JCMUA's letter, and that we can comply with the comments therein.
So, Mr. Lean, just before we have your engineer sworn in, I did receive the letter today from the JCMUA, and I don't know that the letter actually helps you with respect to this issue at Fayette Street. So it does not say that you can connect through Fayette Street, and the way I read the letter, it says that there's an existing 8-inch water main on Fayette Street. I don't believe, based on the letter, that there is storm or sanitary within Fayette Street. Is that fair?
I believe that is fair. Item 2 in the letter does refer to a 4-inch storm and a 2-inch sanitary lateral that is connected to our property. And that was what I was referring to when I referred to the lines that run through private rights of way, essentially the sidewalks that were completed within Fayette to be used eventually as public rights of way. What we did propose was that if we failing the ability to connect to those lines because we are unable to obtain easement agreements for the neighbors, we will provide our own sanitary and water lines through Fayette to Wales. And that was confirmed in my conversation this morning with the director of JCMUA, excuse me, not the director, the assistant director, Rich Hyatt. And it was my understanding that the letter we were receiving was basically confirming that though the JCMUA did not install those lines in Fayette that run through the public rights of way, if we're able to access them by obtaining easements, that would be acceptable to the JCMUA. Or failing that, they would approve our plan to run new lines through Fayette to Wales that would privately serve just this building alone.
So my only issue with that, counsel, is the letter does not say that. I can understand that that's your interpretation of the conversations you had, and I anticipated receiving the letter from the MUA that confirmed that, but instead I got this letter, which I don't know that it's going to permit construction of lines in Fayette Street.
And counsel, I can appreciate that, and that's why it's a condition of approval that we're willing to attach to this. It is my understanding that my client is going to do everything in his power to obtain the easements to access the existing lines. But failing that, we're attaching a condition of approval here that we would have to install our own lines. And if JCMUA is not going to permit that, project can't be built. Simple as that. We will not be able to have met our conditions of approval.
Counsel, I understand your position. That being said, you're essentially testifying what JCMUA's position is. I got this letter at, I don't know, 3:30 today. I saw it. Number one, that's not acceptable to me. We can't, I think we should, number one, I'm looking at it right now. I think we should enter it as an exhibit, since I really doubt the rest of the board has even looked at it. I know the board doesn't sit there and look at the data portal all day. The other conflicting testimony we have, Mr. Langomarsino testified at the last hearing that they were two 2-inch lines. The MUA that never inspected the original installation is calling them an existing 4-inch storm and a 2.5-inch sanitary. So which one is it?
I will have Mr. Langomarsino testify to that, but the plans that were provided to the board more than 10 days in advance do indicate that there is a 4-inch storm and a 2.5 sanitary that run through the sidewalk to the east of the property. I do apologize that the letter went out so late. I received it today. We held a meeting with the JCMUA. I believe it was on September 28th And in that meeting, we were told we would be provided with the letter timely. I believe the gentleman who was tasked with providing it had jury duty, and that's why we didn't get it until today. So I apologize for the lateness of the letter, but as soon as I got it and reviewed it, I did submit it to council for the board. With that, would you like Mr. Lagomarsino to be sworn in so he can testify as to the plans and?
Santo,
About the letter as well.
should we enter the exhibit?
Chairman, we can absolutely mark the letter. Mike, if you could help me out. A2.
Yep. And I think, the board should be given time to review this letter.
Chairman, I am not promoting anything that the board is not comfortable with. I think your comments are accurate. I think that Mr. Lean finds himself in a tough position with respect to the MUA, as well as this board and the various requirements of each. But in all candor, it's not Mr. Lean's fault. Mr. Lean did not create this situation. He represents somebody that has a situation. I think that Mr. Lean is doing everything that he can to move his application along. But I think how the connection happens is something that this board absolutely is entitled to look into and concern itself with. And the letter speaks for itself. The words are on the paper, and you afford them their plain meaning. And I believe Mr. Lean had these conversations. I believe his representations as to what he understood coming out of the meeting. And I've been in that position where you get the letter comes out before the meeting, the day of, and the letter is not the letter that you would have written because you appreciate the issues facing you and you want it to read a very certain way. Unfortunately, as attorneys, we get what other people write, and here it is. So I apologize for my long-windedness, Chairman.
It's fine. It seems to be the theme of the night here.
So Chair, I have a question about the letter as well. In the first condition, it says prior to starting construction, an easement agreement. I didn't understand with whom must be submitted. So, and to your point, Council Lean, fair enough. If you say it can't be obtained, then, the letter's pretty clear. In bold letters, it says a work order would be, stop work order would be issued. So my question, Council Lean, with whom is or are these easement agreements predicated on or with?
So the easement agreements would be in order to connect to the existing lines that service the properties along Fayette to the east of us. Those lines run underneath the sidewalks that were constructed by those developers as development went along Fayette towards my client's property. Back about 10 years ago, approvals were obtained for all those properties, and this board heard and approved the proposal for those lines to connect to not only the properties to the east of us, but also to my client's property. And it's my understanding, and I wasn't present for those applications, but it appears that the idea was eventually for the city to have the sidewalks and the portions of the areas that have been paved within Fayette to be dedicated to the city so that they were no longer private property, they were public rights of way. There was a public sidewalk, and then there was a full drive lane for fire. Why that didn't happen, I don't know, but those portions were never dedicated to the city. So you run into an issue where my client received an approval with the understanding that those lines, as were constructed and access his property, now run through private property, private sidewalks that were eventually supposed to be utilized for the right of way. So the easement that they're referring to in item 1 would be with those individuals who own the property along Fayette to the east, under which those lines currently run.
So how many property owners do you have to deal with? And
2.
Okay, and is it your sense that they have an appetite to do it, or are they oppositional, or why hasn't it got done to this point?
I can't speak to why it hasn't gotten done to this point. Again, I think my client had an anticipation that the city was going to have those rights of way dedicated to them, and then they would become public utilities that he could connect to. I think only now that this issue has come up, are we starting to realize that those existing lines run through private property, and then the alternative to that would be to connect directly from Wales underneath the public right of way to my client's property.
But that's not, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I've read the letter a few times, trying to make sense of it. I'm not an attorney or an engineer. But the plan B that you just described is not in that letter, correct?
Plan B is not described in that letter. However, I think it's understood that any parcel in this city, the city has to be able to provide access to a tie-in to it through public rights of way, which I believe they would have to come up with either that or an alternative to provide to us. And again, in my discussions with the city, I believe they were amenable to us doing that. But obviously they see, based on this letter, as the most realistic option is to obtain easements and just run the lines as they currently exist, because that would just be easier for everybody.
So council, I don't mean any disrespect here, but the letter just doesn't say anything about running a new connection in the public right of way. I know that's something that's being pondered here, but it's not in black and white for us. This is a legal hearing. This is a site plan review. And, to me, that's part of a site plan. So I don't know how comfortable I am moving forward until we have something concrete on where this is definitely being tied into. I know we don't delve that far into engineering comments generally, but, this is a different animal. There's some serious concerns here.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ed.
In the letter number 2, they state that the last line states that JCMUA is not responsible for any sewer backups or anything that may occur during or after construction. I know this is not what they're saying. They're talking about the other 2 lines, the 4-inch and the storm line and the 2.5-inch sanitary. But are they willing to, if you were to put your lines in for that sewer, are they going to be responsible for it? Or they're going to still have the same stance of not being responsible for anything that happens to that line that you're going to install once?
I can't speak for the JCMUA, but what I can just say as a matter of law is those, as I stated, those lines currently run through private property, which is why the JCMUA is saying they're not going to be responsible for. So if the city eventually did dedicate the sidewalks and the paved areas that currently exist and accept them as public rights of way, along with that dedication would come a responsibility for the city and its utility authorities to handle those lines.
I understand.
Well, council, I think the MUA is actually also saying that they didn't inspect the original installation.
And again, Chairman, I can't speak to why that wasn't, but my guess again is because it runs through private property.
Yeah.
Chair, based upon this letter that we just got here, is there any way that they can work it out with the JCUMA and then come back so that everybody has a much more understanding as to what's happening here?
Yeah, I agree. I just think the letter doesn't help the applicant's case.
There's no clarity on it here.
It just brings up more questions.
Exactly.
And let's keep in mind that, son, I don't memorize the last meeting. By far, I don't have it all memorized, but the installation of what was at that time told to us a 2-inch line, now they say it's a 2.5-inch line. That installation was done by the engineer or the architect that was testifying in the last meeting.
Yeah.
He stated that he did that. And so he should know if this does come through the next time, whether that was expected, not expected, or how did it come about to be put in, because he did testify that he installed the 2-inch line that was being pumped through this into the sewer system. I just want to bring that up so we can remember that in the future, that if this comes up to the board.
Agreed. And also, you know, as I look at, what sheet am I on? 302, I think. C302. So I do see the 4-inch and the 2.5-inch line. They're both listed as sewer lines. Are they, you know, is one storm and one is sanitary? Are they feeding different lines somewhere else? I don't know. I need more clarity on what the actual plan is. I think, like I said, I think the letter from the MUA just opens more questions than it answers. So, you know, I don't think I'm comfortable going forward. I definitely think if they're going to tie into those 4-inch and 2.5, you know, Santo, can we condition an easement agreement for a site
And
plan?
if the board wants the easement agreement, if that's what they're proposing, it's not for this body or the MUA to tell them how to connect. If that's what they're proposing, that they're going to use these existing lines that are through another property, and they're going to enter into an easement agreement, and the board wants that easement agreement in place, authorizing them to use the 4-inch and the 2.5-inch, and presumably that agreement would lay out who's responsible. Because what you're talking about is the MUA saying, we know nothing about those lines, we didn't inspect it, we don't know the condition, we don't know the location. And we are not going to be responsible for any sewer backup that may occur during or after construction. So presumably, those lines run from the subject property up to Wales, if I'm understanding correctly. And therefore, however long that is, however many properties that may traverse, in theory, somebody's got to maintain that from Wales, I'm going to say down. Because the MUA is saying they are not. So if that's what's going to be done, and this board wants that in a written agreement with those property owners and saying who's going to, you know, maintain it, I don't think that if that's the board's pleasure, that's the board's pleasure. As to this alternative about, I guess, perhaps installing lines in Fayette Street, I think that if that's the applicant's, the way the applicant is going to go, then that has to be solidified as far as they can do it. The MUA takes no position, and presumably the applicant would bear the expense of that and then turn it over to the MUA. Again, there's a lot of presumption in those different scenarios. So the applicant's got to make those decisions to some degree, I think, as opposed to the board.
Yeah, I don't, it's the board's responsibility to make these decisions. And I mean, if it isn't a private right of way, does that mean that the MUA won't inspect this installation as well?
Yes. That's what
The alternative that we're talking about in Fayette Street is a public right of way.
Yes.
So if it's installed there, presumably that would be under the jurisdiction of the MUA.
So.
And they would inspect it.
Of course.
On private property, the MUA is not going to inspect it based on the October 10th letter.
Yeah. So one of my concerns is, we have testimony from the 19th, September 19th of this year, that those lines were both 2-inch lines. Now I see on a drawing that these are a 4-inch and a 2.5-inch line. Which one is it?
And my concern to Commissioner Lanston, what you brought up just now with that drawing is, I would like to be clear, we are not tying a 20-story, 20 unit building into a 2.5-inch or 4-inch line only. That would have to be a separate design or something brought to us, clearing it with the engineering involved, because of I'm pretty sure they're not tying anything into that 2.5-inch line. I'm not sure what they plan to do with the 4-inch line.
Eddie, I always refer to you as my plumbing expert. I just know from 20 years of fire sprinklers that if something is drawn, those calculations are made as far as what flow needs to be handled and what kind of pressures you need through a building. It seems to me that we don't even know what size that pipe is. How can we do those calculations for a high pressure storm and sanitary line if there's still a debate about what size they are?
Just for the record, yes, I'm a by trade, and I'm an installer. And there's a difference between an installer and a designer and an engineer. And I leave it up to these situations, we leave it up to the engineer and the designer to explain to us exactly how this is going to go, how it's going to work, and then we take it and install it. So the question that you're just saying right now, is these calculations knows? None of us on this board would know that. And me with 35 years experience, I'm not going to answer that question ever. That I would know that unless I sat down and did all the calculations. What's being presented to us today cannot be tied into a 2.5-inch line at all. And where they're tying this in is not clear. You brought it up in that drawing that it's showing tied into those lines there. That tells me that this needs to go back to the drawing board and be clear to us how they're tying that in. Thank you.
Chairman, can I just
I believe
respond to
number 4 of the letter talks about the calculations. Point 4 says documentation or calculations must be provided to show that the proposed ejector pumps and piping are adequate to support storm water flows and sanitary flows for 20 units. So I think the first question is the size of the pipe, and then the calculations that it can handle the flow. And if it can't, then what? I don't know the answer to those.
I don't know, can I interject anything? Because it
Well,
seems like we're going in
hold-
circles here.
Guy, hold on one second. Chair, can I just respond to just a few comments?
Sure.
For a couple of things. If there was testimony at the last hearing about the size of the pipe that contradicts what is on the plans now, the plans that submitted about 10 days ago are what is actually there and what we've had conversations with the JCMUA with. That's reflected in our plans, it's reflected in our letters. So I think we are clear on what is actually accessible to the property, even if it is running under private property. That's one. Two, if we were to proceed, and it sounds like we're not going to, but when we do eventually actually provide further testimony, Mr. Lagomarsino will be able to answer all those questions as it relates to confirming what's on his plans, as well as the calculations. We did provide a stormwater management plan to JCMUA and as part of our submission to the city as well. I understand what the board's trepidations are here, and I think we need to get further clarification from the JCMUA as to if we're unable to obtain the easements, what the alternative to that is. But I just want to point out a couple things. This is all the result of something that should have happened 10 years ago, and it sounds like it just didn't. All these applications, including an application for this property, were reviewed by the JCMUA and received approval. My client has signed plans from that time that everybody signed off on and everybody was okay with those plans. The real confusion here seems to be that the right-of-way was never dedicated to the city, and now we're left with this situation. At that time, the JCMUA accepted connection fees from my client. Everybody was marching in the same direction. And then 10 years went by, and here we are with a situation that we're trying our best to resolve as possible. So what I would request is that we carry the matter this evening. We will get further clarifications on this letter, and then Mr. Lagomarsino can actually testify as to the to his plans and either option as far as connecting. But I just want to make the board aware that we did have these conversations with the city, and I do apologize for the lateness of this letter, but you know, we all left that meeting with an understanding that the property would be able to be serviced.
The one question on that, counsel, is with regard to when your client paid connection fees, was it, were those fees for a connection to the 4-inch and 2.5-inch pipes? And if so, when was the last time they paid such fees?
I will have to get confirmation of that. I've seen the invoice. We had it in our meeting with the JCMUA. I believe it was when he obtained approvals for admittedly a smaller building. It was a 9-unit building, but it speaks to the fact that at the time, the JCMUA did believe that they would be able to service this property.
Now, if they're accepting a fee, I mean, then there's a that's game, set, match, right?
Right, correct.
That's, you know, I'm just curious is at what point did it end and why? You know, and I think it could be helpful to some extent.
Correct. And I think I'm going to have to clarify why those fees were accepted if years later we're now saying that those are not actual fee, you know, that's not a line we can actually connect to through the property, which is why I believe it would be appropriate for my client, if he's unable to obtain the easements, to go through Fayette to Wales.
Understood, counsel, and I agree. I wish we could give you some kind of resolution here tonight, but you know, like I said, the letter doesn't help anybody's case, whether it's yours or ours. It just creates more problems. And again, this is the first I'm hearing about a connection that the applicant's willing to run in Fayette Street. So I think we do need clarification from the MUA. If you are unable to connect to those, you know, 4 and 2.5-inch lines, we need some kind of drawing or an alternate plan showing some kind of tie-in somewhere.
And Chairman, we've actually designed that, and that was going to be part of our presentation. We were going to enter that alternative as an exhibit today. But given that we're going to adjourn, we'll clarify that with the MUA, and we'll make sure that this is a clearer letter so everybody's on the same page.
Understood. And council,
Another
not,
thing- I'm
just,
sorry.
you feel better, council, I would have carried you at that point anyway, because the board needed time to review that print, but,
Understood.
yeah, I don't, if that was, offered tonight, I don't think we would decide on it either way.
Okay.
Commissioner Lipsky, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Well, for me, I mean, a two-page document, if it were clear, I mean, I got it before the meeting, I read it, say la vie. But I would also just say if the easement with the two property owners is something that can happen, then for me, I would like to see, either through maybe Mr. Lagmasino, not just maintenance, but how do we establish the condition professionally, accurately, and the location? Again, I suspect you know the location. What's the condition? And if it were in need of repair, so as there wouldn't be backup during or post construction, how do we maximize efficiency? Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, all right, council, I don't want to take up any more of your time. Do we think we can get this done on the 24th?
I would absolutely hope. I think it's really just clarifications to this letter and me submitting the alternative plan to the board,
Okay.
which is already prepared. Yeah.
Yeah, ready to go. So I think I'm comfortable with the 24th. Francisco, do you have any objection to the 24th?
No.
I would hope that it's on the portal for the meeting and that we have time to look at it. That
Yeah.
would be, if it's gonna be a last minute thing that's gonna come up on the portal, I'll be very uncomfortable.
I mean, it's been the policy for years that nothing gets on that portal after close of business on Friday that's not available for the board's review. I'm
Okay.
not comfortable moving forward with a letter that showed up today that I saw at 3:30. So, okay.
Thank you.
Let's entertain a motion to carry to the October 24th meeting.
Mr. Chair, I'd like
Chairman,
to-
just before we do that, council, did you have the opportunity to share that alternative plan with the MUA?
We have not, no.
You may want to do that.
Yes, that will absolutely be part of the conversation. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to move case P 22-210 to carry to October 24th. With that date of October 24th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to carry to the 24th.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Linkson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And Mr. Lean, the bright side is you're up next.
Life continues.
So
Very bright indeed.
And
get to item 11 is case number P23-067 is a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 394 Summit Avenue.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, again, Tom Lean of Connell Foley. This is a notice case. It was carried from September 19th. I just want to make sure council is in receipt of my notices.
Thank you, council. I haven't received the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 394 Summit Avenue here in the city. Had the opportunity to review them. They do appear to be in order. We can mark them as A1 for the record.
Thank you so much, council. The application before you is a proposal for a new 5-story 17-unit building with ground floor retail. It is located at the corner of Summit Avenue and High Street. It is within the Journal Square redevelopment plan, specifically Zone 4A. We do have some minor variances that relate to the rear yard. This is a corner, so we are continuing the facade down to the neighboring building fronting on High Street. And in working with planning to try and resolve some issues related to the ground floor height, we ended up requesting variances related to both the retail areas floor to ceiling height, as well as the residential floor to ceiling height that eventually were approved and found to be a reasonable compromise with city planning. With that, I do have my architect, Jeff Lewis, here this evening. And I do have Carolyn Restell from Dresner Robin to testify as it relates to the requested deviations.
All right, and Carolyn, I'll swear in, or excuse me, Jeff. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you spell your name, please?
Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey-Lewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, good evening. Given that I haven't seen you yet in October, I have to ask if your license is current tonight.
My license is current and in good standing in New Jersey.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are qualified.
Great. Okay. So these drawings should be coming up, and I'll just start talking while they are. So as Thomas mentioned, we are proposing a 5-story mixed-use building on the site with 17 apartments and 1 commercial space. The apartments are all 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartments, and they are actually a little small. They average 449 square feet. The commercial space is a total of 1,212 square feet. 623 of these square feet are on the ground floor. Then the rest of the square footage is cellar storage that's accessed directly from the commercial space on the first floor. As was mentioned, we are asking for 3 variances. One is for the rear yard setback, and that's a result of this being a corner lot. And then 2 for floor to ceiling heights, 1 for the commercial ceiling height, where 12 feet is required and 11 feet is what we are proposing. And the residential ceiling height, where 9 feet is required, and we're proposing 8.5 feet, 8 foot 6 inches. We did this to make sure that we stayed below the total allowable building height of 50 feet. And we think, as you'll see in the presentation, that the commercial space and the residential spaces are fairly small. And these slightly reduced ceiling heights will still be more than adequate and pretty great, actually. Okay, with that, I'm going to start walking through the site plan. And I'm going to start all the way on the right here on the existing site plan. So we are actually clearing the entire site. That consists of an existing 2-story home, all of the fencing on the site, asphalt, and there's also 1 existing curb cut on the site, and we will be removing that curb cut. So sliding over to the proposed, as mentioned, we're removing that curb cut and providing all new concrete curbs and concrete sidewalks. We do have 1 small revision to the plan. The engineering comments have asked us to relocate the street trees to make sure they are a minimum of 20, I think it was 25 feet from the corner. With the Summit Avenue street tree, we have enough space where we can slide it over a couple feet, and that will meet the requirement. However, because of the signage and utility poles located on High Street, we aren't going to be able to adjust these trees to provide 3 here anymore. We're going to have to lower this to 2. So we're going to be providing 3 trees in total as opposed to 4. And we'll, of course, submit whatever we have to monetarily to Jersey City to compensate for that tree. Moving on to our property. The building itself is set back 5 feet on the ground floor at the Summit Avenue elevation. We're paving that space with permeable pavers. The other 3 sides of the building, the side, the rear, and then the High Street frontage are all built right up to the property line. However, I'd just like to note that on the High Street side, we do have a few insets, 2 of them located here for the main entry, and then a second here for the secondary entry to the building. And then a third here where we have a built-in planter on the building at the first floor. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the floor plans and start at the left. We do have a cellar. It takes up about half of the ground floor area. Most of the cellar space is being used for that commercial storage, as I mentioned previously. It's this entire front area with the staircase going directly upstairs. The rest of the cellar space is used for all of our utilities, as well as the sprinkler room, as this will be a fully sprinklered building. Sliding over to the ground floor, and I'm going to start down here at Summit Avenue. Here we have the main entrance to the commercial space. The commercial space, as mentioned, is a little over 600 square feet, so a fairly small commercial space with an ADA bathroom, as well as the staircase, which goes directly down to their private storage. Moving back from there, we have that first inset, which has a secondary entrance to the commercial space, as well as the main entrance to the building. It brings you to the main lobby, and that main lobby provides access to a mail and package room, the elevator, 2 staircases, storage for 15 bicycles. And then there's also 1 apartment located on this floor. Just to walk through this apartment briefly, it's very similar to all of the apartments in this building. It's a 1-bedroom, 1 bath. It is ADA adaptable. It has a washer dryer located in the unit, and it has PTEX located underneath the window for heat and air conditioning. The last thing on the ground floor is we do have a trash and recycling room. It's located all the way up here on the High Street elevation, and it's actually accessed directly from the exterior in the second residential inset, which provides access to the trash area as well as to the second staircase of the building. Sliding over to the right here, we have the second floor plan. This is a fairly typical floor plan. It's basically the same on all the floors. This floor is served by 2 stairs and the elevator with a common hallway connecting them. There are 4 apartments on this floor. I should note that the front apartment here on Summit Avenue does have a 3.5-foot cantilever over that 5-foot setback space along Summit Avenue. And then there are 1, 2, 3, 4 apartments in total. And just to note here, the upper floors basically have the same floor plate that we have here. However, I just want to call out in the back along High Street here, you can see while the first half of this wall is a straight wall, we have some undulation going back and forth here where it steps in and out. This is the only thing that's going to be different on the floors up. As you can see here, there are 4 bays stepping in and out. Now, if I move on to the 3rd floor, we have basically the same footprint, except that undulation changes. So now there are only 3 bays stepping in and out. At the 4th floor, it goes to 2, and then there are none at the 5th floor. So the 3rd, 4th, 5th floor are the same basically as the 2nd floor, with the exception of these small changes to the back 2 apartments. Moving on to the roof plan, we are providing a roof deck, which will be accessible to all of the building tenants. It's accessed by the elevator and both staircases. The elevator and one of the stairs exits into an elevator lobby, which opens out to a 990 square foot patio. This patio is set back from the street facades, and that space is being filled with 512 square feet of green roof trays. The last thing I want to note on this elevation is, on the roof plan, is that we are elevating the roof trays and the pedestals, and the patio on pedestals, as you could see to the left here. And we did size the space underneath those pedestals to be a what's called a blue roof. So this the roof is going to be designed to store all of the stormwater that's required on this site. Now we're moving on to the building elevations. Here we're looking at both of the street-facing elevations. The longer one on the left here obviously is High Street. The one to the right is Summit Avenue. So going over the building finishes here, the ground floor, our main finish is a smooth red blended brick, and you can see the exact color and style down here. Up above that ground floor, our main finish are gray aluminum panels. However, we also have an accent finish, which is a fiber cement siding with a wood grain finish. And you can see that finish down here on the left. We're using those fiber cement panels at those sections of wall that I mentioned that we're kind of stepping in and out a little bit. And we're also using them at the corner, along with a few pieces that are finished with a darker gray fiber cement siding, aluminum panel, to kind of box out and frame that corner. So that's this here, which would actually, of course, wrap around to here at a corner. All of the windows on the building are black aluminum frame, as well as the doors. And our PTAC grills are going to match the windows, both in size, in finish, and in color. And then lastly, on these elevations, the bulkheads at the roof will be finished with fiber cement siding, and the color of those is light mist. It's a very light color to kind of make it as invisible as possible. And then lastly here, we have our side elevation and our rear elevation. Both of these are up against the property line and have buildings also against the property line. Where they are visible, they'll be finished with a smooth stucco finish, which will be painted gray and scored as we're showing here. Okay, that actually completes my presentation. I know we have Carolyn now, and I'm happy to stick around and answer any questions you have when we're done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. I do have a question. I know you're
sure.
not planning testimony right now, but the variance for floor to ceiling height, what is that again?
There are two, actually. There's one for the commercial space. The commercial space is supposed to have a 12-foot ceiling height, and we're providing 11 feet, so 1 foot there. And then the residential spaces are supposed to have 9 foot, and we're providing 8'6" at each residential apartment.
Okay, so it's 8'6". You said it's a sprinklered building.
Yes.
Are they exposed ceilings? Is it exposed piping?
No. No,
Okay,
this
so
is a standard wood frame with chips.
A sheetrock ceiling.
Correct.
And I would assume this falls under NFPA 13R, so it's a residential project. Is it going to be plastic piping or steel piping?
I
know
don't think those drawings are actually done yet. Usually we do those after we get this approval, so I'm not sure what they're going to be using.
Okay, because, I just want to make it crystal clear for the board, an 8'6" ceiling is the floor to ceiling height internally.
Correct.
Now we're going to hang sheetrock, so the units actually won't have 8'6" ceilings in them unless it's an exposed ceiling, sidewall head, and the sheetrock is right up against the wood frame of the floor above. So to run any mechanicals inside there, you're probably looking at another 6-inch drop. So you're maybe 8-foot ceilings at best.
Oh, no. There's not going to be any mechanicals dropped below the ceiling. We're doing PTEX PTEX, and everything else will fit in the space. There's not going to be drop ceilings anywhere here.
Okay, so it's going to be up inside the joists.
Correct.
Or above. Okay, understood. So we will have 8'6" ceilings. Okay.
Yes.
All right, that was my only question. Anybody else for Mr. Lewis?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Great. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And again, we have Ms. Worstel from Dresden Robin to testify as to the requested deviations.
Thank you, Aaron. Now I'll swear you in.
Yep.
You
good
swear any
evening.
testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, it's Carolyn Worstel, Worstell.
Thank you.
Mr. Worstel, good evening. Along with Mr. Lewis, this is the first time I'm seeing you in October. Your license is current tonight?
It is good in current and good standing this evening. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You are qualified.
Great. Thank you so much. So I'll just jump right into it. As mentioned, we're here for a couple of C bulk variances relating to that minimum rear yard setback, as well as to those minimum floor to ceiling height for both the ground floor and the upper residential floors. So starting off that minimum rear yard deviation, the project is proposing a 0-foot rear yard setback where 30 feet is required. This is a corner lot, so under the new definitions of how we treat corners, there is no rear yard for a corner lot. It would be taken from a rear lot point. However, because of the size and orientation of this lot, a compliant setback here would result in a 30-foot, essentially side yard setback along the High Street frontages, where the proposed building at the adjacent 5153 High Street is right up to their lot line. So we're looking at this as presenting that 0-foot rear yard setback as a better planning alternative because it preserves the intended street wall along High Street, which is at 0 feet. And a 0-foot side yard setback is permitted in the code. So we believe that providing a 0-foot rear yard setback in this instance where we're meeting up with the sidewall of the adjacent property is a better planning alternative. We also believe that the absence of the rear yard here will not have a significant adverse impact on light and air to the interior of the block. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of this block, and sort of because of that orientation, the movement of the sun, the proposed building will cast minimal shadows on the adjacent yard interior of the block, which is directly to the south of the project site. So we should have very minimal shadow impacts on the traditional interior of the block in this instance. Looking at those residential floor height, so it's for the minimal residential floor to ceiling height and the minimum ground floor to ceiling height. The requirement per section 3C of the redevelopment plan requires a minimum residential floor to ceiling height of 9 feet and a minimum ground to floor to ceiling height for buildings that are 2 to 6 stories of 12 feet. This project is proposing with a residential floor to ceiling height of 8 feet 6 inches and the ground floor to ceiling height of 11 feet. The project is proposing a compliant 5-story 50-foot building, which is permitted within the sub-district. And it just in this instance, the required floor to ceiling heights really don't align with that maximum permitted height in the sub-district. So we are here to request the deviation to provide the slightly less than standard floor to ceiling heights for the overall redevelopment plan, because otherwise we would have to request an additional 3 feet in height for the building. So we believe in this instance that providing 11 feet on the ground floor and 8.5 floor to ceiling 8.5 floor to ceiling heights for the residential units will provide adequate floor to ceiling heights and be appropriate for this project. Overall, I believe this project advances the purposes of the municipal land use law. It was consistent with purpose A, that it was the appropriate use and development of the property. It is an appropriate mixed use building in the heart of the Journal Square neighborhood. It's an appropriate population density, consistent with purpose E. And consistent with purpose I, including the facade and streetscapes improvements, the removal of the curb cut, we believe that this promotes a desirable visual environment consistent with purpose I. Looking at those negative criteria, we don't believe this would result in a substantial detriment to the public good or the general welfare. It's a permitted use. The project setbacks will allow for adequate light, air, and open space to the adjacent buildings. And overall, the project is removing the existing curb cut on High Street. It's adding back on-street parking, and it's adding 3 new street trees, as well as ground floor commercial uses. So we believe that overall, this project provides some public good. We also don't believe that it will result in a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan or the zoning ordinance. It promotes the purposes of Zone 4A, which is to continue the existing pattern of mixed land uses and building types while providing for increased height limits on corner lots. So this is an appropriate project on this lot and in this district. It advances several of the redevelopment plan objectives, including Objective 7 to reduce automobile dependency by encouraging high-density development in close proximity to mass transit with low automobile parking ratios and bicycle parking. It also advances Objective 15 to encourage the private sector to consolidate to allow for sufficient building stepbacks, providing light and air to the street and adjacent properties. So we believe this project provides the sufficient light and air. And overall, it advances several goals, the 2021 master plan, including ensuring available housing is balanced and meets the needs of current and future residents, and making the city more walkable, bikeable, transit friendly, and less reliant on the automobile. So overall, I believe that this project can be granted with the requested deviations, and that it meets both the positive and the negative criteria. I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worstel. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
Okay.
Chairman, can I bump in for 1 second? I just wanted to clarify for you. I spoke with our engineer while Carolyn was testifying. We are going to have an NFPA 13 sprinkler system, and it will have steel pipe.
Okay, and so that's going to have to be below the joists.
No, it will. An NFPA 13, we have to actually have some sprinkler heads in the joist space, as well as the heads coming down. So we'll have heads up and down.
Yeah, it'll be up and down. It's wood construction.
But it'll be, yeah, but it'll be in the joist space.
How are you going to bend steel pipe to get inside the joists?
I'm assuming they're going to use open web trusses.
Okay. I'd love to see a picture of it afterwards.
And the other thing, it won't be super busy because we are a fully electric building, so there's going to be no gas lines. So at least that saves us the ductwork and the gas lines. So we're saving space there.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to see the picture of it afterwards and the picture of whoever did, because that's going to fascinate me. All right, that's your testimony.
I do have a question.
Go ahead,
Sure.
Doctor.
How many affordable units are there?
There are no affordable units in this building. There's no requirement for it in the Journal Square plan, and none of the deviations trigger the IZO.
Is that right, Matt?
I'm sorry, what was that, Doc?
She was asking me, Chairman. Commissioner, just Dr. Desai, yes, that is correct.
All right.
On all accounts.
Anybody else? Any questions?
Nope.
Okay, council, that's your presentation?
That's everything we have, yes.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you are calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand to comment on this application.
Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak on this application, I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
So this is a pretty straightforward 5-story mixed-use building with some nice facade materials and 3 variances, which they've testified to. Staff is satisfied with the testimony that they put on the record regarding those variances. This application is right across the street from a similar project that was came about from the Journal Square redevelopment plan. This zone 4A is intending to do what it was created for. In our staff memo dated September 19th, 2023, there are several staff recommended conditions. In addition to the one that resulted from of the removal of the tree, staff would recommend that the board, on a motion to approve, include those conditions. If there are any questions from me, I'm here.
All right, thank you, Matt. Council, are those conditions okay with you?
I have reviewed staff's report, and those conditions are acceptable.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So if there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-067 as presented to us this evening.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval with conditions.
Okay, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, I like this project. I really do. I like the way it looks, and I think it's going to be good. So I vote aye.
Commissioner Torres.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Yeah, being a resident of Journal Square and going through that particular throughway, it'll be nice to see that old gray building come down and this beautiful building come up. And I hope those 17 units are filled quickly and we can continue to build in Journal Square. I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Yeah, I only problem with me is I like parking for all the apartments, which is not available, but I have to vote aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Yeah, I think the variances that are requested are within reasonable based upon the redevelopment plan. My vote is aye.
Chairman Livingston.
Yeah, the variances certainly are in line with the building of this size, nothing out of the ordinary. I think the case is there for approval with those variances, so I am going to vote aye.
Motion carries all in favor on a motion to approve with conditions.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. All right, it's 8:52. Mike, do you want to get a 5 minutes in now?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
And just for the record, I am going to need an executive session tonight. There's some things we have to hammer out. So, 10 o'clock is going to be 10 o'clock tonight with resolutions and an executive session. We might end a little before 10. So, all right, let's take 5, everybody. It's 8:53, back at 8:58.
Hey, Mr. Klein, is there anyone I can promote that's part of your team?
Yes. We have Matt Newells, Charles Height, and also Cynthia Falls is our architect.
Okay, all right.
All right, could we come back to order again, everybody? And let's call case, item 13, case P 2023-0003 is a preliminary and final major site plan for 402 Grant Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good evening, council.
Is everybody back? Should we give it a minute?
I think we're good, council.
Okay, my name is Corey Klein from the law firm of Sills, Cummins and Gross, and I represent the applicant BF Jersey City Donuts, Inc. We submitted an application for preliminary and final site plan approval and for bulk variance approval in connection with the proposed construction of an approximately 1,610 square foot addition to the existing Dunkin' Donuts restaurant. Along with ancillary site improvements such as surface parking, grading, drainage improvements, landscaping, lighting, and signage on property located at 402 Grand Street, identified as Lot 1 and Block 12605 on the tax maps of the city of Jersey City, which is the existing Old Colony Square shopping mall. The shopping center currently consists of several retail buildings containing several businesses, including a 99 Ranch supermarket, and is in the Montgomery Gateway redevelopment plan area. The addition is proposed to be constructed on a portion of existing pavement currently used as parking for the shopping center, but will not result in the need for a new parking variance. The application does not anticipate that it will require any new variance relief. However, irrespective of whether the board approves the application, the existing building will continue to have two signs attached flat against the building where the code only permits one primary sign for each facility or store in the shopping center. We served notice by certified mail and published notice of the hearing on September 8th, 2023. The application was, opened on September 19th, 2023, at which time the board notified the public that it would be carried to this evening, and we submitted proof of publication and service to the board. I'd like to ask if the board would accept jurisdiction over the application.
Chairman, I'm receiving the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. It does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, council.
Okay, I have a brief presentation. We have 3 witnesses, an engineer, an architect, and a professional planner. I don't think it should take very long. I know it's getting late in the evening, so I'd like to call my first witness, which is Matt Newells.
Hi, Matt. I'll swear you in.
Hello. Yes.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. My name is Matthew Newells. It's MATTHEWNEULS.
Thank you.
Mr. Newells, good evening. Your license is current tonight in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matt, if you could just state the firm with which you're associated.
Sure. I'm with Dresden Robin.
And I'm sure the board is familiar with Mr. Newells, but you have appeared and presented testimony before this board.
Yes, many occasions.
If you could please describe your responsibilities in connection with this project.
Sure. I oversaw the preparation of the site plans for the addition on the Dunkin' Donuts location on Grand Street.
Okay, and have you reviewed the zoning ordinance of the city of Jersey City and the applicable redevelopment plan?
Yes.
Okay, great. And could you please orient the board and the public to the property by the surrounding streets and other relevant characteristics?
Sure. I'm going to share my screen here. And what I'm putting on the screen is just the site plans that were submitted for the hearing. Can everybody see that?
We can, yes.
Good. Okay. So just looking at the cover sheet of the drawings, I'm going to zoom into the key map on the left here. As Mr. Klein indicated, the site is in the so it's the lower right-hand corner, the southeast corner of the old Colony Square Retail Center, 99 Ranch Market being back here where I'm pointing more to the north. The existing Dunkin' Donuts is this small building. I think it's around 1,300 square feet or so, located here in this lower right-hand corner. So it's on the north side of Grand Street and the west side of Monmouth Street, adjacent to the intersection of those two streets. School property here being across Monmouth Street to the right. So let me zoom back out of that.
And just for clarification, these are the plans that were submitted to the board, correct?
Yes, yes, they are. In fact, I downloaded them back off the portal just to make sure they were the exact plans.
Thank you.
To show, yep. Move on to the site plan here, just to give the board the idea of what the project is about. There'll be additional testimony, obviously, from other witnesses, but here where I'm kind of outlining this lighter gray rectangular shape is the existing Dunkin' Donuts building. There is a drive-through window on the right or the east side of the building. And the proposed one-story addition is located here in this gray shaded box. It's roughly 31 feet in length, right along the building there, and about 7 feet wide coming out from the building. This addition is to take place over existing paved area on our sidewalk. And currently today, traffic can go along the building here and access the drive-through of the building. So we are changing that layout in addition to building the addition. We are going to have some parking spaces along the curb line here, and the layout of the site is going to be a little different, where we're going to have people accessing the drive-through actually coming into a lane over here on the west side of the Dunkin' Donuts, accessing an ordering board and a canopy, which are located right here where I'm pointing in the drawings. There will be a stop sign after the order, and then vehicles will go around the building circulating counterclockwise and will access their orders here at the existing window, which is not going to be changed at all on the right-hand side of the building. So in addition to the addition here and a little bit of the realignment here over on the left side, we are adding some bioretention facilities for stormwater. So we're actually cutting out some of that pavement and adding areas where water can sort of flow over a flush curb into this area, which is a landscaped area. So it should add to the add some greenery to the site, while also providing a stormwater measure, which is in keeping with both the city's stormwater control ordinance and the statewide stormwater rules. Did want to mention that because the property is in a flood hazard area, we have prepared the green area ratio, and we do meet the minimum requirement. I think we just exceed the minimum requirement of the green area ratio, so we are meeting that requirement as well for the site. And I think that is most of my general testimony with regard to the engineering aspects of the application. Certainly can answer some questions or answer the board's questions.
All right, thank you.
So Matt, are there any changes to parking? I know that some parking spaces are being sort of relocated. Or how is that being handled?
Yeah, so there are changes to parking because today vehicles circulate right along this existing curb here, and they kind of go around like this to access the drive-through. So one of the changes is that there's parking here now, and the drive-through circulating in a different way. The current parking is kind of lined up along this curb line, and there's other parking spaces along the area. So currently there's about 41 spaces that serve the Dunkin' Donuts right in this area here. After this, there'll be 33. So we are reducing the parking count overall by 8 spaces, but still exceed the required minimum parking for this use by a good amount.
Okay, thank you. That was going to be my follow-up question as to whether the number of parking spaces required by city ordinance are met.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, they are.
And if you could just briefly discuss lighting and signage, utilities.
Yeah, utilities, really no change to the building as far as utilities. Again, this is just an addition here on the side of the building. The rest of the space would be similar. There were some signage just to be replaced. I know Mr. Klein mentioned that there were 2 signs. They would, based on this proposal, continue to be 2 signs, but they will be replaced. And those details will be provided or are provided on the architectural drawings to see the change in the signage. As far as lighting goes, I don't know that there was anything, and I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't think the lighting is changing in a substantial way from what's out there today.
Great, thank you. And one of the comments from the September 15th, 2023 letter from Lichuan Wang, board engineer. I just wanted to clarify one thing. There was a request for a grading, drainage, and utility plan. My understanding is that we will be able to provide that as to the Duncan pad.
That's exactly correct. And then showing on the screen the landscape plan just for reference purposes, but that's basically the area that I'm outlining here. Right, we're going to provide that, and that's going to provide information related to these 3 little bioretention planting areas and the areas right around that pad, as you'd indicated.
Okay. The other letters, we had a September 12th, 2023 letter from Matt De Silva, the board planner. I don't think there were any issues there. There were also comments from Lindsay Schofield, board traffic engineer, about as far as traffic. I think you and I discussed this prior to the hearing, but do you anticipate there being any changes as far as queuing times and length of the queue as a result of this this proposed modification to the building?
No, we did actually take a look at the queuing length, and again, as I indicated before, currently the queuing takes place here, kind of just wraps around the building on 3 sides. In the proposed design, the queue's relocated over to this location with a little gap here, and picks up over here. The length is just about the same. It's slightly longer, but I don't think it would really permit an additional car. So it's slightly longer than the existing queue, but really should indicate no change. Should be the same number of vehicles that will be able to access, and if anything else, maybe one more, but nothing more than that.
Okay, I have no further questions. Matt, do you have anything else to add?
Nope. No, I don't. I think that's it.
Are there any questions from the board or the board's professionals for this witness?
I do have a question. Mr. Knowles, if you could just zoom in on that print you have open right now a little bit. So I do have a couple questions here.
Sure.
And I'm gonna annotate this here a little bit. So this area here is the drive aisle, correct? Not the order line.
That's right. That's just for people coming through to park, if you will.
Okay, the original layout, that drive lane was here, correct? And these parking spaces are new?
Correct. So the second line you drew to the right on the screen is where there's a drive-through lane that kind of wraps around the building.
Okay.
And currently there are parking on the left side where that new proposed drive-through lane is. That's where there's currently parking today, kind of wrapping around the outside.
Okay, so my concern here would be that those parking spaces are only accessible if that drive lane doesn't back up.
If this drive lane where I'm pointing here
Yes.
does not back up, right? Unless there was a car, they'd be accessible unless there was a car stopped right in the middle of this intersection.
So how many cars can line up in that queue before they order?
In this queue here, I'd say, and again, I'm trying to remember the exact, I think it would be 2 to 3 could fit in here before they'd even get back to this location here.
Okay, and we think that's sufficient to not impede, any kind of travel going into that travel lane?
Replacing their order, yes, I do. Yes, I do, because they don't stay there long, then they would advance to this location. The stop bar is placed here to keep them from stopping across the aisle, and then advance, all the way through here to get to the window. So once you place your order, you kind of advance along. So yeah, I do think that would be adequate.
Okay, my concern here is it's not the 3 spots to the north, it's that handicap spot. That if, that drive aisle was impeded, a handicapped person couldn't use that spot. They'd, be driving around and driving around trying to get into that spot. So that's my concern there with the handicap spot placement.
Yeah.
Then my other concern is your drainage areas, and I want to highlight 2 in particular. So along here and along here. So these are low-lying curbs, you said, right? There's
Yeah,
no.
they would be built as a flush curb level with the pavement.
Okay, is there anything in that area that prevents a car from pulling on there? I mean, this is Jersey City. If you can fit your car there, it's a spot.
Well, you know what we could potentially do is to have it be a higher curb, but also have brakes in the curb to allow the water out. That's one way we might be able to do that.
Either a higher curb with brakes or a low bollard or something. I don't want to take away from the visual aspect of it. I think it's, definitely a nice addition.
Yeah, we certainly could work in one of those measures to help to clearly delineate the edge of the pavement and also, keep cars out of there and while allowing the water to get through.
Yeah, either one is amenable to me. Just like I said, if a car can fit there, they're going to park there.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, that's it for me. Anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Knowles?
No.
All right, thank you, sir.
I do. I have a question that I'm going to piggyback off of what Chairman Lanston was speaking about. When you come into that drive-through, how much distance is before you're blocking the road on Grand Street? Are you going into that traffic if there's a backup?
Well, no. So there's a curb here all the way in. So if you come into
comes all the
off
way in.
Grand Street, you got to go all the way back to
Okay.
here and around this way, and then so
way-
yeah, that's quite a distance.
Basically, the way it is. All you did was
Yeah.
take those parking spaces away.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
all the
I
work
know.
we did was kind of inside this shape. We didn't really go to the outside at all.
Right. Okay, 'cause that does back up more than 3 cars. So.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm good now.
All right, thanks, Eddie. Anybody else? Any comments? All right, thank you, Knowles. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, great. If there's no further questions, I'd like to call my second witness, Ms. Cynthia Fall from GK&A Architects.
Hi, Cynthia. I'll swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Cynthia Falls, Falls.
Thank you.
Ms. Falls, good evening. I don't believe we've qualified you in the past, have we?
I've appeared before this board, but it's been years since I've been to Jersey City.
Okay, how long ago were we talking?
4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, that's fine. I was still here. So let's just check, is your license current in the state of New Jersey tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Falls. You're qualified.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Great.
Okay, I'll just start off by saying this is an existing Dunkin' Donuts, and we have 2 signs on the building, as was already stated. They both say Dunkin' Donuts, and it's about a 39 square foot sign. So what we are proposing to do is we are going to do an interior renovation of the space, and then add the walk-in box addition, which will be a storage room, an ante-room, and a freezer cooler combination. I'll just try to go briefly through what we're planning on doing. The building is gonna be, the exterior is gonna be completely renovated. We'll be removing the metal panels, painting the building, and then recladding the monoliths that currently hold the signage, and change the signage to Dunkin's new name, which is Dunkin'. And our signage actually will be less than what is, the square footage will be less than what is existing now. There was a slight change that came up because Dunkin' decided to change the font of their logo, and it's just slightly narrower, and the colors are slightly less bright. And the same thing goes for the drive-through elements. Up now is a color rendering of what the building is going to look like. And here are examples of the drive-through elements. They only slightly changed. Again, it was the font and some colors. And wait, I'll bring the rendering back up if you have any additional questions.
Just one question. So the code permits there to be one sign on the building, and we have two signs. Now, my understanding is that one of the signs is visible from the roadway, and the other is visible from the rest of the shopping center. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that's going to be the case. That's the case as it exists today, and that's going to be the case once this addition is constructed and these modifications are made to the building.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Falls. I have no questions either. Anybody else?
No.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call my last witness, Mr. Charles Height.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Height. Just for the record, you have been sworn in and qualified already tonight, so the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Height. Could you please explain to the board what you did to prepare for tonight's hearing?
Yep, our firm, Dresner Robin, along with Mr. Knowles, were engaged with the civil and planning portions of the application. So I did work with the applicant's engineers as well as the architects in reviewing the existing conditions of the Dunkin' Donuts, evaluating the proposed improvements, and understanding what the applicable zoning requirements are from the Montgomery Gateway redevelopment plan, as well as the general zoning ordinance.
Great. And if you could please describe the relief that the applicant's seeking tonight and the justification for that relief based on your expertise.
Yeah. So as both professionals before me provided testimony on their respective portions, I will focus on the variance being sought tonight. Or rather deviation. The Gateway, Montgomery Gateway redevelopment plan does provide for signage requirements in each sub-district. So we are in the community commercial sub-district. They're not a robust set of requirements. There's really two that pertain to wall signs, one being a maximum number of wall or facade signs per structure, and then an overall percentage. So one is permitted where we are proposing two, and two do exist. As Ms. Falls mentioned, we are replacing the existing signage with the updated logo, which extensively removes the donuts portion of the overall franchise name and just replaces it with Dunkin'. This is, as I understand it, to be part of their new branding. It's standard throughout all new signage, throughout all Dunkin' facilities. In this instance, we do have two existing signs. As Mr. Klein just confirmed, they do serve two different purposes. One is forward facing along Grand Street, so it certainly is a building signage identification for any vehicles or any passerbys along Rand. The other is a little bit more internal facing to the overall shopping center. It is visible from the main access drive as well as the parking areas for anyone internal to the site. That's really the original intent for the two signs. The building has been designed in terms of aesthetical features with that component. So we saw from the elevations, there is an update to the facade, and the proposed signage is sized within that overall area of the mansard that exists today. The other requirement is a percentage requirement, 20% maximum. Each sign complies with that. It's a single-story structure with a parapet, but it does comply with the 20% maximum. In short, we are requesting two signs where one is permitted, and again, these are replacing two existing signs. So I do think it meets positive criteria to justify the deviation. Again, it's a modest update of an existing commercial facility in the community commercial sub-district. We are advancing goals and objectives to provide for shopping and offices, facilities designed to serve the needs of the immediate neighborhood. So that's one of the objectives that this overall community shopping center does serve, and we're providing an update. I will also concur in terms of any negative impacts. The proposed improvements to the site plan do provide for an easier and direct access for vehicles parked along the proposed parking adjacent to the structure, where previously there are none. So in this proposed, at least several vehicles, including the ADA space, will have direct access, which eliminates crossing any drive-through lane. So in my opinion, that is an improvement that the plan sought to address, and it does reduce any vehicular conflict with those pedestrians leaving those parking spaces. We are also, as Mr. Newell's mentioned, advancing the green area ratio by implementing several green design standards for the site plan, including additional landscaping and bioswales or rain gardens in those areas. So that's a substantial improvement, and also reduces the impervious coverage on the site. That completes the negative aspect with respect to any sort of impact to general welfare. With respect to the zone plan or zoning ordinance, this is in a redevelopment plan. It's a permitted use in the community commercial district, so there's no change in use, and there's no impairment to the redevelopment plan or the zoning ordinance by way of the deviation request. That's my complete testimony. It's just focused on the signage tonight, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hyatt. I have no questions. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Council, is that your presentation?
Yes, that completes the testimony I have for this evening.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this Dunkin' application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands. Anybody from public?
Sure, I see no public. I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matthew, anything you want to add? Any conditions?
Thank you, Chairman Langston. So staff submitted a memo dated September 12th, 2023, reviewing this application, noting the deviation for the signs. Staff validates the testimony given by the applicant's witnesses and supports this variance. There are several recommended conditions in the report that staff recommends be added to the resolution. In addition, I Volunteer Chairman Langston's testimony about the need to harden the curbs around the landscaping and would like to add that as a condition as well.
Okay, council, are you okay with those conditions?
Yes.
And again, just for clarification, I trust Mr. Newell's, you know, I think he understands what we're looking for here, and any solution he comes up to that doesn't impede any traffic flow, you know, that takes special attention to the visual aspect, I think are going to be fine with us. So I'll leave it in his hands. Okay,
Very
good.
with that said, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-003 as presented to the board tonight.
Second.
Okay, a motion is made and seconded.
Excellent. I'll take roll.
Sure.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadine,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai, Commissioner Dr. Desai, I believe you're on mute.
I would like to vote aye because it's near Jersey City Medical Center, and you know, people, so much traffic over there, and people come to emergency room, and it's a good thing for the people at least to have some food. So I would vote aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
If I ever voted against a donut establishment, my mother would roll in a grave. I vote aye.
Commissioner Torres,
I vote aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Let's get the legal thing out of the way. I think the variances are essentially de minimis. There's nothing out of the ordinary. I think the case is there for those variances to be approved. And out of respect for Commissioner Lipsky's mom's, it's an aye. I can't vote against establishment either.
So Lipsky is going to order a Dunkin' Donut for us also, right?
Lipsky's got to stay in shape. He runs-
I'll go down. If we ever come back live, I'll go down and get a box and we'll splurge. Or we'll have to convene a meeting just to explore the greatness of this.
We could do that. We could definitely do that. All right. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate your time.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. All right. So we're up to item 17. Given the time, I don't see much getting done past this. It's certainly not a 14-story building with 613 units. So I don't think we'll be getting to Marin Boulevard tonight. Cam, do we want to float that out there to any attorneys if they're willing to come forward and carry any items?
Yeah, I'll promote Tom. He's handling 619 Marin as well as 381 440. So let's see. And then I'll get the remaining attorneys up here.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Chairman, on behalf of my client for 619, we would be willing to carry with preservation of notice to a date certain, hopefully of October 24th.
Okay, you got it. And we'll certainly get in your Route 440 application. I don't see a problem getting that.
That should be a real quick one.
Okay.
Famous last words, council.
So we're going to carry case P23-062. Is a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 619 Marin Boulevard to a date certain 10/24 of 2023. Thank you, council. We'll see you in a second.
So I've promoted Chirel Patel, and I have a hand raised from Rodney Nelson. I'm assuming they might be standing in for Zachary Rosenberg.
Possibly.
Rodney, are you there?
Hello?
Mr. Nelson, good evening. Are you able to turn your
Good
camera
evening.
on?
Sorry, my connection just went unstable.
That's okay, no problem. Are you representing an
Like
application?
me.
Mr. Nelson, do we have you?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Are you associated with Zachary Rosenberg's cannabis application?
Of course, my connection is going unstable. I just need a better signal, I think.
Mr. Patel, are you representing
Yes.
390
Sorry,
Tunnel?
I'm on behalf of Kansas. I'm in place of Sorry, Main Rock.
Okay, so Mr. Nelson, if you can still hear us, I don't know. We're not gonna be able to get to your application tonight. So we can carry you to a date certain right now of 10/24. Mr. Nelson, do we have you?
Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Sounds like it's calling in.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. You have entered the meeting as a
Chairman, let's go to
This
Ms.
meeting
Patel and we'll come back to
This
Mr.
meeting is
Nelson if and when, after we hear Mr. Lean's application, I guess.
Cam, we
Hello?
have the
Sir.
Tunnelly Ave, 390 Tunnelly Ave up.
Yes, it appears so.
Ms. Patel is on the screen. Hi, Shirali.
Hi, Santo. How are you? Good evening,
Okay.
everybody.
Good evening. I couldn't see you there. Council, I don't think we're gonna get to you tonight. We can offer a date certain 10/24 right now.
That would be okay.
Okay, great. So we'll carry you to our next scheduled meeting is 10/24 with preservation of notice.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for hanging in so late.
All right, we got Mr. Nelson up again.
Hey, I'm missing nothing. That's from where.
Mr. Nelson, do we have you? Mr. Nelson?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello?
Do you hear us?
Okay, I called in. My apologies. Yeah, so I'm Rodney Nelson. I'm in for Zach Rosenberg on behalf of Kansas.
Okay, so sorry, I don't think we get to you tonight. We can carry you to the date certain 10/24 with preservation of notice.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Wait.
Thank
What
you.
are you talking about?
All right, Cam, help me get back on track here.
That does it.
So our last application of the night is case P23-072 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. The address is 381 Route 440.
Tom Lean again for the record on behalf of the applicant. This is a notice application for preliminary site plan approval with a C variance. I sent the affidavit to Mr. Alampi this afternoon. This was a legacy application, so unfortunately I was not able to post it on the Tyler system. I did send it to city planning this morning and also sent it to Mr. Alampi.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. I am in receipt of your affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 381 Route 440 here in the city. I've had the opportunity to review it. All does appear to be in order, so Chairman, we can mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
All right, thank you, counsel. And Mr. Lean, this is just a preliminary this is a preliminary major site plan. It's not final.
That's correct. The proposal this evening is for a preliminary site plan, and that's largely just because this is some background. This is in the lot of the new proposed Target that was approved by the board earlier this year. It was the former site of the Kmart. The Kmart is obviously no longer in operation, and Target is coming in to fill in that space. Within the property is a currently existing bank. That bank's lease, it is my understanding, is expiring, and they are currently looking for a new tenant. So what the landlord did both with this application and the prior approval is they set aside an area that they're calling a retail pad for a future location of a yet unknown tenant for a retail space. We did mark that area within the plans that were approved by this board for the Target. And in fact, we actually requested a variance at that time for the required setback from Route 440, which was approved by this board. The purpose of this preliminary application is essentially for the landlord to be able to go out, seek tenants saying that they have confirmed that the retail use is permitted on the site and that they have the variance approved. So while it has already been approved by this board, we're really just asking it to be reaffirmed with this application and to essentially walk away from here with protections as far as an approval to allow for a retail space to eventually be developed at this site. Once a tenant is identified and they come in and they have their own particular build out for the area, we'll come back with final, which will go over the details of the actual bulk of the building.
Can't hear you, Chris.
Thank you. It was amazing what I said. You guys missed it. So counsel, the building that's drawn on your plan, that's just an imaginary building at this point. It's just a set aside for a future property or a future.
That's correct. It's a bulk of a building that conforms to the requirements as far as setback, size, height, all of that. This is really, again, just to have a resolution in hand to go out and look for a tenant who will come in and finalize with full details as far as materials, signage, parking plan, and circulation plan. This is really for the purposes of confirming that the site has been set aside, the retail use is permitted, and the variance that was previously already approved is applicable to the design of the bulk of this building.
Okay, so we are actually imagining though a two-story building, I believe.
That's correct. The bulk that is shown to you pretty much is similar to what the bank building is right now. Both conform, but without a final end user as a tenant, we can't really tell you what the actual fixtures of the building are going to look like. Is it going to be required to have a drive-through like the bank currently has? Is that not something that's proposed? But I think probably what the best thing to do would be to I do have one witness here this evening, Kevin Bolger. He is not an architect. He's a professional planner. But what I think he can do is just quickly run through the plans and say, this is conforming to what's permitted within the zone, and that the variance that it has already been approved by this building is by this board is unaffected by the proposed coverage and structure that you're seeing in the plans this evening.
Okay. Thank you. I think the best path forward is I stopped talking. I let you handle your application. So
that's no problem. And just to confirm, it is a one-story building. It's a double height building. It's a little bit taller. But yes, I would like to call up Mr. Bolger. I believe his testimony will be very brief.
Okay. And if we could, let's just qualify your notice.
I believe Mr. Alampi said he was in receipt and
we already
confirmed.
marked it, Chairman.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I'm starting to fall asleep, guys. So, all right, go ahead.
Has Mr. Bolger been promoted?
He has. Mr. Bolger, I'll just swear in before you speak. If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, first name Kevin, last name Bolger, Bulger. Work for the firm of Petrillo Architects, Park Ridge, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Mr. Bulger, I believe we've qualified you in the past. It might have been a while, but I believe we have qualified you.
You have a couple of occasions a long time ago, the Lowe's building probably about 15 years ago, and
Oh,
public storage building about 10 years ago.
okay. So I'll just have to ask, is your license current tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Mr. Bulger, I would just ask you to briefly run through the floor plans that were provided. I know you're not testifying as an architect this evening, but just confirm that they do meet the bulk standards for the zone outside of the previously approved setback, and just confirm that the use that we're proposing as retail is permitted under the ordinance.
Yes, that's correct. So the site plan was submitted as the carryover site plan from the target application that was approved. It shows a retail building pad of 6,048 square feet within the out parcel area where the current TD Bank is. It has a setback 57.1 feet that was approved as part of the application. So what you're seeing is conforming with the code and the plan and the prior approval for the variance. The retail use is permitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bulger. That was easy.
Thank you.
All right, council, that's your presentation?
That is all I have.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hands. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Fair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public section.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, I assume you're handling this for Tanya?
Yeah, so planning staff has no further comments, only that we recommend approval.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 23-072 as presented to our board this evening.
Second,
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Want to say to Council Lean, I wish all your applications can go as smoothly and swiftly as this. I vote aye.
Thank you.
Commissioner Torres.
I vote aye.
And Chairman Lyson.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All in favor.
All right, thank you, everybody. Council, get
Thank
some
you,
sleep.
everyone.
Enjoy your night.
Thanks. You too.
Okay, so if we could, let's move on to memorialization of resolutions, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to memorialize the following resolutions. I think I have 11. So first one is resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case P 22-215, applicant Ravi Sharma, address 99-101 Graham Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 1402, lot 3 and 4. Decided on Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, and memorialized on Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. This was an application for preliminary and final major site plan approval. Resolution number 2 is of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P22-160. Applicant is Storms Avenue LLC, address at 101 Storms Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 15003, lot 17. Decided on Tuesday, August 8th, 2023. And memorialized on October 10th, 2023. This was an application for preliminary and final major site plan approval. Third resolution is of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P23-045, address at 398 Pacific Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 19001, lot 22. Decided on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, and memorialized on Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. This was an application for a proposed Class 5 cannabis retailer at an existing ground floor commercial space. Resolution number 4 of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P23-056. Applicant Vraj Realty LLC, address at 823 Newark Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 9401, lot 7. Decided on Tuesday, September 19, 2023, and memorialized on October 10th, 2023. This was an application for preliminary and final major site plan approval with C variances. Number 5 is resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City, applicant Journal Square Tower LLC for a final major site plan amendment with design waivers and deviations at 2966 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, formerly known as 2958 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, and 71 and 73 Cottage Street, and 69 Cottage Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 7903, lots 1.01, formerly known as lots 1, 2, and 3, and 4, case number P23-013. 6, resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City, applicant HRP Hudson Owner LLC for preliminary and final major subdivision approval at 110 Van Kuren Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, case number P23-081. Resolution number 7 of the city of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of 629 Liberty Avenue, application number P23-050. Decided September 5th, 2023, and memorialized October 10th, 2023. Application for a minor site plan approval with C variance and design waiver / exception relief. Number 8, resolution of the city of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P2023-0005. Applicant is High Key 201 LLC, Craig Davila Jr., address 95-97 Monticello Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 17906, lots 30 and 31. Decided on Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. Memorialized on Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. This was an application for a proposed Class 5 cannabis retailer at an existing ground floor commercial space, proposing interior alterations and a minor facade signage change. Number 9, resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City approving a site plan extension of the preliminary and final major site plan approval with deviations and conditions. Applicant is Gopalji LLC DVSRD LLC for approval of a 1-year site plan extension of the previously approved preliminary and final major site plan with deviations and conditions, property at 248-250 Academy Street, block 1220, lots 1. And number 10, resolution is resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City. Applicant is 9 Monitor Street LLC for minor site plan approval with deviations with 9 Monitor Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 20302, lot 28, case number P23-025. And the final resolution of the city of Jersey City is applicant 361 Tunnelly LLC for preliminary and final major site plan with a C variance with 361 Tunnelly Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 4101, lot 1, case number P23-016.
Second.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call for resolutions, please?
Sorry, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
All right, thank you, everybody. I do need a quick executive session. I'll be brief. Cam, if we could. Actually, let's hear the motion first.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cam, could you clear the room, please?
Yes, sir. All right.
All right. Stop the recording, please.
Yes.
Can you make that motion again?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of
Good
your night.
night.
Have a good one.
Good night, everyone.